extend our gratitude to our supporting organizations, and also a special thanks to Lightstorm for supporting and they also were even sponsors for this fourth council meeting. We extend our gratitude to our supporting organizations: Nepal Telecommunications Authority, Ministry of Communications and Information Technology Nepal, NREN, NPNOG, NPIX, Cyber Everest, Digital Empowerment Society, Technology Cover, SICT Nepal, ISPAN, and Federation of Computer Association Nepal. And also a special thanks to our fellowship sponsors, Dr. Latif Ladit, President of IPv6 Forum, Prof. Emeritus Dr. Sureshwaran Ramadas, Chair of APAC IPv6 Council, APAN, and USM Malaysia. Your contributions have enabled participations from across different countries. We have fellows here from Laos, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, and also a few of them from Nepal as well. All your support plays a vital role in bringing together stakeholders and driving meaningful impact. A special welcome to Gaurav Girish, the Joint Secretary of MOCT, and also Dr. David, also Mr. Adesh Katka, the Joint Secretary of MICT. Moving on to today's theme, global adoption, insights, and shaping your ICT ecosystem with IPv6. It brings together leaders shaping the future of internet infrastructure. To begin with, may I invite Mr. Binaya Mohan Saud, the founder of Subisu Limited and also the CEO of Subisu Limited, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished guests, honorable representatives from Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, esteemed officials from Nepal Telecommunication Authority, respected representatives from APAC IPv6 Council, including our distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Sureshwaran Ramadas, APAC IPv6 Council Chair, partners, and my fellow colleagues from the ICT fraternity. Namaste and a very good morning to you all. What a remarkable gathering this is. Looking at around this room, I see the very people who are writing the next chapter of the internet for Nepal. It is a genuine honor to welcome you all to Kathmandu for the 4th APAC IPv6 Council meeting 2026. It is a profound honor for me on behalf of Subisu Limited to welcome you all to 4th APAC IPv6 Council meeting here in the heart of Kathmandu. Your presence here today signifies more than just a meeting. It represents a collective commitment to building a more resilient, scalable, and inclusive digital Asia Pacific. Conferences like this do not happen by accident. They are built on partnership and vision. We extend our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology for its bold leadership in driving Nepal's digital transformation. Your commitment to progressive policy frameworks is not just laying the groundwork. It is actively building the bridge between where Nepal is today and where we need to be tomorrow. We extend our deep gratitude to Nepal Telecommunication Authority for its proactive regulatory stewardship. Having regulators who move with agility and foresight ensures that innovation and regulation travel the same road and not opposing lanes. We would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the members of IPv6 Council for their dedicated efforts in promoting awareness as well as monitoring, tracking, and supporting the global implementation of IPv6. Their work is critically important in today's digital landscape. I would like to acknowledge the important contribution of communities such as ISPAN, NPNOG, NPIX, FCAN, NREN, Nepal Internet Foundation, SICT Nepal, and Digital Empowerment Society, whose continued efforts in strengthening and advancing internet services in Nepal has been truly commendable. We would also like to sincerely appreciate to our co-sponsor Lightstorm, whose work in the regional bandwidth infrastructure embodies the exact kind of cross-industry collaboration that makes transformation like this possible. For all those present here today, sends a powerful message. Nepal is not waiting for digital future. Nepal is building it. For over 2 decades, Subisu has been at the forefront of Nepal's digital transformation. We started with a vision to connect Nepalese lives to the global stage. But today, connection is no longer enough. The world has moved from simple connectivity to a digital-first reality. In Nepal, we are witnessing an explosion of digital services, from e-governance and digital payments to the rise of AI-driven data centers. The limitation of IPv4 are no longer just a technical hurdle. They are a barrier to innovation and national progress. At Subisu, we realized early on that to change tomorrow, we had to master the technology of the future today. That is why our transition to IPv6 hasn't just been a checkbox. It has been a strategic priority to ensure every home and enterprise in Nepal has a permanent seat in the global digital table. If anybody is thinking, why IPv6? Why now? Let me be direct. We are not here simply because IPv4 addresses are exhausting. We are here because the internet is transforming and into something far more expansive, intelligent, and interconnected than anyone imagined even a decade ago. Think about the world we are building. Billions of IoT devices demanding real-time, low-latency connectivity. 5G networks that will carry data volumes we cannot yet fully comprehend. Cloud platforms and digital economies that are new infrastructure of nations. AI-driven systems that require persistent, secure, scalable addressing. Whether organizations are ready or not, the transition to IPv6 is inevitable. Every organization with a digital infrastructure will ultimately need to adopt IPv6 to effectively meet and sustain its evolving digital requirements. IPv6 is not merely a technical upgrade. It is a strategic enabler that empowers us to scale without limitation, innovate without constraint, and ensure no community is left behind in the digital revolution. Subisu holds an unrivaled place in Nepal's internet history as the first ISP in Nepal to deploy dual-stack IPv6, a milestone achieved at Sanog 18 Pokhara in 2011. The South Asian Network Operators Group, SANOG, is the region's foremost technical forum, and it was at SANOG 11 in Pokhara that Subisu demonstrated simultaneous operation of IPv4 and IPv6 on a live production network, long before it became a national priority. That single act of technical courage set the trajectory for Nepal's entire IPv6 journey. It is a 2-day program, but with one mission. Day one, global adoption, insight, and shaping your ICT ecosystem with IPv6. Today, we focus on innovation, real-world deployment experiences, and practical pathways, learning from those who have already walked this road and drawing lessons from where we can immediately apply. Day two, empowering your enterprise network through IPv6 and DNSSEC deployment. Tomorrow, we elevate our conversation. Policy, governance, and cybersecurity take the center stage. Because on next generation internet must not only be expansive, but trusted and secure. Technology and policy are not parallel tracks. They are inseparable. This dual focus reflects on a truth our industry must embrace. Technology and policy are inseparable. The best network in the world means nothing if the regulatory environment cannot support its potential. And the best policies are hollow without the infrastructure to back them. I also want to speak plainly about Nepal because I truly and genuinely believe that it is our moment. Our country has a young, tech-hungry population. Internet penetration is rising fast. Digital adoption is accelerating across the sectors. We have the demographic energy and geographic position to be something remarkable in South Asia's digital story. But leapfrogging does not happen by default. It requires deliberate choices. The choice to invest in IPv6 infrastructure now rather than extend the life of legacy systems. The choice to build regulatory frameworks and that attract innovation rather than constrain it. The choice to collaborate regionally rather than navigate this transition alone. This conference is part of those choices, making those choices. It is a national and regional opportunity to Nepal to become a leader and not a follower in the next generation of internet infrastructure. Before I close, I want to speak directly to each group in this room because every one of you has a role to play. To our industry leaders, the time for pilots and planning is behind us. Let us accelerate IPv6 deployment across our networks with urgency and accountability. To our regulators and policymakers, your forward-looking frameworks are the single greatest enabler for this transition. Keep pushing, keep adopting, and know that the industry stands ready to work alongside you. To our global partners and experts, your knowledge is invaluable. Share it generously. Capacity building today creates the innovation leaders for tomorrow. And to everyone in this room, let us leave here not just with ideas, but with commitments. Specific, measurable, time-bound commitments to move the needle of IPv6 adoption across our region. The future of the internet will not be defined by technology alone, but by the decisions we make, the collaborations we forge, and the actions we take starting today. Let this two-day council meeting in Kathmandu be remembered as the place where our region accelerated its journey towards a truly next generation internet. With great pride, optimism, and genuine excitement for the conversations ahead, I would like to invite you, each one of you, to actively engage, collaborate, and help accelerate Nepal's journey toward an IPv6 enabled future. Dhanyavad and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome and leadership. Now, we are honored to have Professor Emeritus Dr. Sureshwaran Ramadas, a global leader in IPv6 and also the chair of APAC IPv6 Council. He was also the former chairman of the ITU IPv6 and IoT Center of Expertise, founding director of Malaysia's National Advanced IPv6 Center, advisor for nationwide IPv6 implementation in APAC region and also across the globe. Prof, we invite you to give the delivery address.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending our APAC IPv6 Council meeting. So there's many distinguished people within our guests today. Difficult for me to go one by one, so I'll just say thank you to everyone for attending. And I've seen some people here who have come from far away. I know Patago was on the plane with me, and some of the others as well. I thank you all for taking time off to actually attend this meeting. Nepal is a wonderful place, and I see Lee Kun there from China is here too. So it's a long trip for some of these people to come over, and I've asked them to stay longer. You shouldn't go back so fast. Nepal is pretty. You come here, you must stay at least 3 more days, right? SN, I had an argument with SN Gupta just now. He's leaving tomorrow. That is a waste. You come to Nepal for 1 day and run away. Okay. There are 3 special people I would like to thank. Starts with Mr. Vinaya. So Mr. Vinaya, who is the CEO of Subitsu, he was here speaking. I can't see him. Where is he? Ah, he's sitting right there. So the name Bina in Malaysia means to build. So you are the builder. I saw that you are not only the founder, you are the builder of Subitsu. So once again, congratulations. I think it's a very special thing. Let's give him a big hand. And then there is Ram, who worked very closely with Wally to make this whole thing happen. Like the two of them worked behind the scenes. I know that continuous conversation that used to happen to them almost every evening. They were trying to get this as perfect as possible. And I can now say that after seeing this, they have done a wonderful job. Thank you to both of them. Special thanks to NTA as well for supporting the event. There's so many of you who have supported the event. If I go through the list, then my entire speech will finish by that. So I just like to thank all of you once again for supporting the event. My job here is to present a little bit about what the APAC IPv6 Council is about. Do I have some slides? Yes. So the APAC IPv6 Council. Oh, I have a clicker. That's right. Doesn't like that. Okay. Yes, so we are established as a non-profit IPv6 focused council. So the scope of the APAC IPv6 Council is now expanding as well because cybersecurity has become a big issue. So this meeting, it will start, but at the next meeting, IPv6 security and cybersecurity will become a major topic that will be discussed during the meetings. Another one is the advent of AI. The advent of AI and how not just IPv6, but how networks affect it. So we are looking at that as well, and that's a very important topic that needs to be addressed today. So our focus, again, the word is APAC region. We do help countries, especially in African region. They've been asking us. Sometimes we get requests from both the US and Europe. We do help them as well. These are our council committee members as of today. We are expanding this, so there will be a new list that will be presented during the next meeting, which will be held in Mumbai in September. APAC IPv6 Council, what are our roles and goals? So we do policies, we do standardization, we do industry. So these are the organizations we work with. We work very closely both with universities, ISPs, governments. So the main membership of the APAC IPv6 Council is governments and regulators. So whenever they need help, they ask us, we come in, we step in, we assist them. In the middle, you see the list of countries, organizations that are currently members. This is non-exhaustive. Actually, there's a whole bunch more that hasn't been added yet. And our mission on the right, won't go through details, but really it's IPv6 and IPv6 related technology driven. Okay. Today, if you look at the global internet, we have gone. IPv4 ran out long time ago, but there's still people holding to it. Why would you hold on to something which is old tech and much costlier when you have something that is new technology and so much cheaper, right? V6 is almost free. With one technically, if you do your design right, with one IPv6 block, I could run the entire Nepal's network. And so that's how much IP addresses are given to each individual person. Right? The minimum is a /64. That's huge. Key initiatives include summits, ITU meetings, IPv6 trainings, deployments, standardization work. All of these are now the focus of the council. And here are some of the outputs. As you can see, we have white papers, we have policy documents, ASEAN policies. So again, if a country requests us, they say, look, we need a white paper or an implementation white paper, we assist them to do it. Some of it we cannot disclose because it's being done with a non-disclosure. Currently, for example, I'm chairing the working group task force meeting for Malaysia's IPv6 only move. So Malaysia has now decided that it will move towards IPv6 only network. So by 2030, we are all IPv6 there, right? And in saying that, and I think independently a decision was made in Vietnam as well to do an IPv6 only move. So we are also assisting that. I'm waiting for Nepal to go IPv6 only. So these are some of the documents. This is a supporting document on 100% IPv6 adoption in Malaysia, Council's initiative. So these are all the different countries currently that we are working with and talking to. And in conferences that we support throughout the world, not just out here in the Asia Pacific region. The most interesting recent one was BRICS. We've been invited to the BRICS meeting as well to present what we are doing with the countries and to see how we can also work together with the BRICS nations. IPv6, all of you or those of you who are involved in the technical side will know that IPv6 biggest challenge is a human resource development challenge. It's no longer an equipment challenge. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe we'll talk about equipment not being ready. Now equipment, everyone's ready, right? It's how to turn it on. Confidence in turning it on. The engineers don't have enough hands-on experience. Universities, most universities, including the university I was from, most of them still teach IPv4. They touch IPv6. They say IPv6 is the new technology, this, but they don't teach you the hands-on to IPv6. So that's the issue. A lot of it starts with universities. So what we're trying to do is now change the thinking in all the universities. So we're developing coursework material. In order to do that, coursework material has to be developed. Second, hands-on. A lot of engineers, they're comfortable when it's already deployed. The vendor deploys it, they're happy with it. They are a little bit afraid because hands-on, you ask me to change something. What if something happens, right? So it's again, two people in that group need to be confident in what they're doing, the vendor that's installing it, but that comes in through the purchase order itself. So telling the vendor you have to do IPv6. Then second comes the engineer that's implementing it. He needs to become confident in it. Other initiatives include standardization work that we've been doing, and we have an MOU with an organization called NIDA. NIDA is a global standards organization. We work closely with them. Both. We work closely with them. We work closely with the IETF. We work closely with IEC, all the standards organization, to make sure that everything we do is conformed with standards or implemented with new standards. These are some of the training programs we work. We do this together with the IPv6 Forum, Global IPv6 Forum Academy, and they've done a lot of training. Or actually, they're the biggest training organization in terms of IPv6 in the world. Past events, we've done stuff with. We did an event called the IPv6 Enhanced and 5G Global Conference. Over 10 countries attended it. We did a very focused event called the first APAC IPv6 Council meeting. This is the first one. It was actually hosted by the Vietnamese government. The Asia Pacific APT, IPv6 migration strategy for regulators and governing authorities. So this was supported by APT, who wanted to train the regulators in how to do procurement of IPv6. Second APAC Council meeting was held in Malaysia. Small group, very focused group. We had a bit of training as well after that, but this was the beginning. But we had a lot of different countries that actually showed up, both online and physically. Most of the participants came online, so 30 physical, about 30 more online. Cybersecurity for energy, we were asked to host this as well, because we're looking, remember, as I said, now we're moving into the world of cybersecurity. And energy sector requires a huge amount of IP addresses. If you are implementing smart metering, you need IP addresses. IPv6 is the solution. We work closely with the Japanese energy sector, and they have now implemented IPv6 only on all their smart meters. Only 80 million smart meters in Japan talks only IPv6. Third APAC IPv6 Council meeting was held in India. It was over 70 people. You see the slow increase in the number of participants. People get more and more excited, especially in countries where IPv6 is important. And now we are here in Nepal. Nepal is 150, I heard, 150 participants. So that's pretty big. If the last one was 70, Nepal's 150, that's a double up. All those who wish to join the APAC IPv6 Council, you can click onto that link, or you can just type up that link and join us. It's free. There is no charge for membership. Everyone is free to join the APAC IPv6 Council. When you're a member, you get the resources that the Council provides. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Now, we are going to inaugurate the ceremony by lighting the panas. I would like to request Joint Secretary of MOCIT, Mr. Adesh Katka, Mr. Gaurav Giri, also the Joint Secretary of MOCIT, Prof. Dr. Suresh, to light the panas. May I also request the NTA board members, director, organizers to also join them. May I now request everyone to stand for the national anthem?
सायुथुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौमै फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायुथुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौमै फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचल वीरहरूका रगतले स्वतन्त्र अटल ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छ विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
Moving on, may I now invite Mr. Adesh Khadka, Joint Secretary for the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Nepal. He is also a pioneer for Digital Nepal and also collaborated with the World Bank to deliver the gathering on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Honorable dignitaries, respected Chairman of APAC IPv6 Council, Professor Dr. Sureshwaran Ramadasa, Joint Secretary Gaurav Giri sir, representative from APAN and APAC community, esteemed industry leader and distinguished delegates. Namaste and very warm welcome. This is my privilege to be a part of this very important APAC Council meeting hosted in Kathmandu. First of all, I would like to thank Subisu and Lightstrom for their support and all the organizing team for their effort to host this in Kathmandu. On the backdrop of new government with high focus on digital transformation, a new AI policy, cybersecurity policy, and Digital Nepal project, we have to achieve the set goal for the Digital Nepal. For that, we need a very robust digital foundation. From smart agriculture to smart cities in Nepal, the scale of connectivity demands next generation of digital infrastructure. At MOCIT, we recognize the urgency of transitioning to the IPv6 as a bedrock on which all this digital transformation can stand. We are committed to aligning our national policies to the international best practices. But as we connect billions of devices, our focus must also simultaneously shift to the IoT security, broader cyber security, and network resilience. Building a resilient network is at core of our national security strategy too. Transitioning from IPv4 to IPv6 offers us enhanced built-in security features, allowing us to build the internet ecosystem that is secure, trustworthy for our citizens and enterprise to consume all the digital services. The IPv6 part, I think my work is cut out by our Binay sir initial presentation. But as we look forward, we would look for the accelerated technology adoption, IPv6 capable network devices, proactive regulatory work, and actionable collaboration. We have a very strong industry, very capable regulator to achieve this, and we will work together. Especially to our international delegates and our local industry leader. The government of Nepal stands ready to partner with you, and I hope this conference to be a platform for actionable and collaborative steps toward the secure, resilient, and IPv6 powered digital Nepal. I would like to wish all the delegates and participants in this council and a conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Min Prasad Aryal, the Director of Nepal Telecommunications Authority, to deliver the policy and regulatory address.
Thank you. Distinguished Chair of APAC IPv6 Council, esteemed delegates, distinguished representatives from ministries, industry and academia, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and very good morning to all. It is my distinct honor to address this esteemed gathering on behalf of Nepal Telecommunications Authority at the 4th APAC IPv6 Council meeting here in Kathmandu. Nepal Telecommunications Authority extends a warm welcome to all distinguished participants and expresses sincere appreciation to the APAC IPv6 Council for convening this important regional forum meeting at such a critical moment in the evolution of global internet. In Nepal, the digital ecosystem is expanding at an unprecedented pace, driven by emerging technologies, growing connectivity demands, and the rapid adoption of digital services. In this evolving landscape, the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 is not merely a technical progress, it is a strategic imperative for ensuring scalability, security, and sustainability of internet infrastructure. The Nepal Telecommunications Authority remains firmly committed to advancing IPv6 adoption through progressive and forward-looking policy and regulatory measures. IPv6 is central to our vision of a resilient, secure, and inclusive digital Nepal. Last June on IPv6 Day, NTA floated consultation paper on IPv6 migration bylaw draft 2025 to seek feedback from concerned stakeholders. We still welcome feedback from the stakeholders present here to enhance and formulate the regulatory strategies for a smooth adoption of IPv6 in Nepal. We are also working closely with stakeholders to enhance IPv6 adoption in the industry. In 2019, service providers in Nepal began IPv6 enabled services, reflecting encouraging progress. Recent APNIC data indicates that almost 60% of the internet users present in Nepal are now IPv6 capable, surpassing the regional average in Asia Pacific. Nepal ranks second in South Asia for IPv6 adoption, contributing to improved internet connectivity and bandwidth capacity. However, adoption remains uneven across different networks, highlighting the need for a stronger regulatory direction and coordinated implementation. Our regulatory strategy for IPv6 adoption in Nepal is planned with three different core priorities. First, regulatory clarity and policy enablement. We aim to establish a transparent and predictable regulatory environment that encourages investment, innovation, and timely adoption of IPv6 technologies. Second, multi-stakeholder collaboration. Effective IPv6 deployment requires strong coordination among the government agencies, regulators, telecom operators, internet service providers, academia, and international partners. We highly value regional platforms such as this Council for fostering such collaboration. Third, capacity building and awareness. Recognizing that human capital is as important as infrastructure, the authority is supporting the different training programs, technical workshops, and awareness initiatives to build the national capacity for IPv6 deployment and management. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asia Pacific region is uniquely positioned to lead the global transition to IPv6. However, this requires harmonized policy approaches, knowledge sharing, and sustained cooperation among all the stakeholders. On behalf of Chairman, I would like to reaffirm Nepal's strong commitment to working with regional and international partners to accelerate IPv6 adoption and to build a secure, scalable, and future-ready internet ecosystem. IPv6 will definitely serve as a critical foundation for next-generation technologies, including 5G, the Internet of Things, smart cities, and digital services, unlocking new opportunities for innovation and economic growth. Lastly, I wish the success of this meeting, the enthusiastic presence of the stakeholders present here express the confidence that discussions will lead to practical, actionable outcomes that will benefit the entire Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the regulatory perspective. Now, we would like to give a token of appreciation to our distinguished guests. May I invite Mr. Binaya South, CEO of Subisu, to give us token of appreciation to our chairman, Prof. Emeritus Dr. Sureshwaran Ramadas. Prof. I request you both to kindly stay on stage. Prof. I request Prof to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Vinaya. Sorry, Prof. I request you to again stay on stage. I request you to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Adesh Katka, the Joint Secretary of MOCI. Thank you, Prof. May I request Mr. Mohammad Arif, the chairman of Abjit, to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Min Prasad Aryal, Director of Nepal Telecommunications. May I ask Prof. Suresh again on stage, please? Sorry, Prof. To give the token of appreciation to Mr. Gaurav Girish, Joint Secretary of MOCIT. like to give the token of appreciation to Mr. Gokarna Sitola, NTA board member. May I now request Mr. Adesh Katka, Joint Secretary of MOCIT, Mr. Gaurav Girish, Joint Secretary of MOCIT, and we also have Mr. Gokarna Sitola, NTA board member, to come on stage, because there's a purpose for us to invite you on stage. APAC IPv6 Council has been working towards IPv6 deployment across the APAC region. So we have been doing some researches and all those initiatives. As a part of our main goal, we have now are working towards the IPv6 monitoring and tracking tool, and also our website has been revamped. So I request the three of you to come on stage and maybe a gesture of hand wave or something. So we will launch the new tool. Please. May I also invite Min Prasad Aryal also on stage, please. Prof, can you also join the stage? I'm sorry, I'm inviting you many times. A short wave and we'll launch the program. Yeah, there. May we now go for a short tea break or a 15 minutes tea break and we come back. Thank you. May I kindly invite everyone to return to the class as we will be starting the resuming the session. May I request all the guests to kindly come inside the hall, so we're going to resume our session. We now move on to our first technical session. Our speaker, Mr. Deepak Rania, is an infrastructure strategist in AI and energy systems. He is a founder of Urja World USA, which is recognized by AWS as a leading energy startup. He has also been leading the Nepal AI Data Center Cluster Initiative, helped finance over 1.7 gigawatts of hydropower projects when he was the CEO of Hydroelectricity Investment and Development Company. He is going to speak about the intelligence at scale, shaping the future of enterprise ICT with IPv6 powered AI data centers. So,
very much. Really appreciate this. Namaste. Very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking as a speaker in a technical conference after 12 years. Life has taken the full circle for me. Last 12 years, I was busy with energy and finance. It is just like a homecoming to me. I come from a technology background, way back in the early ages of the internet, and I was solving problems related to authentication, cryptography. Let me take you back to 1994, 95, when the internet was still at its nascent stage, and we were discussing how can you authenticate someone presenting a credit card on the internet from some far off distant land, that credit card belongs to that person. In the pursuit of education, went to Australia, US, did a lot of publications, and I thought, wow, this is the place where to be. This is the sector to be, IT, right? And then came back to Nepal, got deeply involved in the public sector computing, almost in leadership positions for 12, 15 years, and then I got bored. The maximum that I could be was the IT department head of a public sector institution. I wanted to lead more, I wanted to grow more, and then I said, enough is enough, I'm going to the management. And then I had an opportunity to lead some of the biggest banking, energy sector enterprises in Nepal. And that consumed me totally. But then 3 years ago, A friend of mine, after COVID, she came to Nepal for her Everest base camp trip, and then she said, "Aren't you done? Where is your growth? Shouldn't Babugiri pugena timlai? Or aren't you done with Babugiri?" Right? And then we started something fascinating. As I looked into blockchain, it acted as a black hole to me. I never thought that I would come back and it would take me back to IT again. The sheer power of blockchain and to bring in innovation in terms of new types of financial instruments is something was captivating. I decided to quit. I was at the CEO for the biggest public sector financial institution, the Provident Fund, a very lucrative career, and then I said, no, I need to take a rebirth again and I need to reset my career and start from zero again. So here I am in a startup mode. What we tried to do was to create another AWS equivalent for energy finance. If we need a lot of energy projects, where is that financing going to come in from? From banks, financial institutions? Those are very limited. And we were talking, though we have started talking less about climate recently, but we're talking about COP and then the narrative of climate change. Everybody was feeling that it is for real. And if that was the case, we needed to invest more and more on renewable energy and then create projects. How about using blockchain to create these financial instruments that can be traded anywhere? But then all good things have to go their own test of time. We took it to the US. We are a startup in the US. We picked up from Amazon Web Services as one of the top climate tech startups in the world, out of 65 countries, 500 plus startups. Then the FTX fiasco happened, and then regulations, and then the entire landscape changed. We slowed down a bit, but then they say, and if you come from the Eastern mythology, and if you believe in Mahabharata and Krishna, everything happens for a good, that is the saying. When I started looking at the intersection of energy, finance, and compute very closely, I was again captivated, totally blown out. Blockchain as well as AI. Integrated AI into our Urja world. How about any bankable project document? You put it into Urja world, which is our system. It assesses whether the project is bankable or not. This is what typically banks and the credit department of the banks do, right? In 5-10 minutes, it can do the entire assessment of the project document. Where are the gaps? How strong is the document? And then you can move on and devise financial instruments which is available on the blockchain, and it can be purchased by anyone, and then and financing is available. You can have debt tokens, equity tokens. Now, why am I telling this to this audience which is more interested in IPv6? There is a reason. And since it is also in the context of Nepal, and as I welcome all our distinguished international participants, the Nepal story is also an interesting one. The global story, of course, you can read, and there are so many avenues from where you can get that information, but the Nepal story is something that I would really like you to take home. It is a very interesting story, very exciting one. And probably at this time in our entire history, we are at the sweetest spot in the earth with regards to AI. Many of you might believe, how is that? Am I crazy? No, I'm not. Can I have the next one, please? The next slide. Is there one? I'm bad with this. I know I'm talking about AI, but there is a very close relationship between IPv6 and AI, and I'll let you know why. But let me build up the story. In February of 2026, I was in India visiting a data center. 250 megawatt, 14 buildings being developed under 10 months of time for 250 megawatt of compute with a PUE of 1.25, that is 300 megawatt in one building. And it was not only one company that I visited two. And they had plans to scale it up to 1 gigawatt. So that is what AI is. And in the same visit, I also had an opportunity to visit and look at how farmers were using AI. And it was so captivating that someone at the lowest bottom of the pyramid, they were able to use AI in local languages, and they were able to ask questions that mattered most to them, and they were gaining out of it. And thus, I believe that we also in Nepal have a reason to prepare for the AI age. I'll talk about why, but the fundamental is AI. Let's take out this myth that AI is a sector. It is not. It is a multiplier. AI is a multiplier. Whatever we want to achieve, be it in terms of governance, be it in terms of better healthcare to our citizens, be it in terms of better education to our thing, or creating wealth or a better lifestyle, AI is going, you embed AI and it is going to multiply it. So AI is going to sit on the top of the whatever we have built in the last 30, 40 years. Also, January and February of 2026 was very fascinating. 2026 March, I feel really sad as to what has happened globally. But 2026 January, the World Economic Forum in Davos, it gave us a glimpse of where AI was headed. How is it going to impact the daily life of an ordinary citizen, not only in the West, but the entire humanity? What would be the demand for infrastructure? The demand would be, the demand remains such dire that they announced that they are Google and OpenAI, Meta, they announced that they are going to space for data centers. And we have heard about it. So Davos, and then Musk, he already speaks about later part of 2026 about robots taking care of our parents. If Davos was about technology leadership, the AI summit in India was equally important. It was equally fascinating. Here we talked about some other form of leadership, and I call it diffusion. How can AI help the last mile, the lowest person in our societal frameworks? And then they were talking about having their own homegrown models, local language capable of processing in local languages, right? Both were important. And this is what matters also for Nepal and thus IPv6 community. I've already talked about this. Now, if we are to focus and if we are to really build and if we are to prepare for what is coming, and what is coming is something that is foundationally different. For the last 30 years, the entire age of computing was dominated by the CPUs. We built systems that were based on data retrieval. You generate data, they are stored in databases, they are stored in files, and then you have browsers or some applications that retrieves it. Now that platform is shifting. And it is shifting at the entire level. From the chip level, now we are talking about GPUs. In coming days, we are going to see more and more proliferation of GPUs. From a data retrieval system, the technologies are moving to data generation systems. We are talking about inferencing models, AI models that you teach, and from once the teaching is done, after that, whatever you ask, they generate. So it is a platform shift. We'll have to remember this. Now, how does it matter to you who are here for IPv6? Last 35 years in the V1 of the computing age, we were overwhelmed with connecting humans. We talked about IP addresses that could, IPv4, we saw the limitations in the IP addresses, and then we came out with IPv6, increased the address range, and we thought that we would be good. It was designed to accommodate more users. It was designed to accommodate more devices. It was designed to accommodate more access. But now, that paradigm is changing. The next decade will be not defined by connectivity. It will not be defined by connectivity alone. It is going to be defined by compute. And in that context, the entire narrative changes. We are not talking only about connectivity now. Those frameworks are there. How can you have compute and more powerful compute? And thus, there is already a lot of pressure on infrastructure. We will have to prepare ourselves, and this is also valid for Nepal, in terms of the new infrastructure, because AI is not a lightweight workload. AI is very compute intensive. Gone are the days of 6 to 10 kilowatt racks. We are already talking about 100 kilowatt racks. We are already talking about 600 kilowatt GPUs. Just putting 10 racks, even of 100 kilowatt, we are talking about 1 megawatt of infrastructure. Your existing infrastructure is not going to, it's not AI ready, it is not future ready. AI, again, is going to become energy intensive, it is compute heavy, and it operates at a scale that traditional systems were never designed for. Overnight, you have millions and millions of user bases. That is what we saw with DeepSeek, that is what we saw with OpenAI ChatGPT. How do you handle that scale? Or do you let it go? Today, networks are connecting more machines to machines than people to machines. That is the new reality. GPUs are taking over CPUs. And a very simple validation of that truth, Intel, which saw such huge market dominance in terms of profitability for the last 35 years, the undisputed leader, had to be bailed out last year with an additional equity infusion of $10 billion. Data centers are no longer working in isolation. They are synchronizing across geographies. edge, we are already talking about edge. The whole notion of latency is now becoming so critical, be it for AI applications or for edge applications. So these are the new realities that are putting pressure on the new type of infrastructure. So in this context, IPv6 becomes very important, because it does not only provide a technical upgrade, and that is what we've been trying to achieve over the last 10, 12 years, but it provides the ability to scale. And this is what the AI is looking for, the ability to scale. I think we need to broaden the whole narrative of IPv6. It is too narrow. The narrative that IPv4 has limitations in terms of IP addresses, and then we can have IPv6, which provides more IP addresses. And the story is such that with IPv6, you can have an IP address for each grain of sand in this earth. That is what I used to teach. IPv6, the whole narrative of IPv6, and I believe this forum is very passionate about it. We need to broaden the discussion and deepen the discussion as to how can it support the new architecture of the internet, which is more dominated by AI. How can every device, and then we are already talking, we are seeing an explosive growth in terms of the devices. Your car, for which we had not provisioned 10 years ago, is now requires an IPv6 or an IP address. Right? So does a humanoid who will be looking after our parents, hopefully in 2 years of time, or for us as a domestic help. So the entire landscape is changing. In that landscape, how can we accommodate more and more devices that we had not earlier thought of? How can they communicate with each other without complexity? And how can systems scale without any artificial constraints? So I think the broader discussion of IPv6 and this community should also be towards that. It should not be limited to IP addresses alone. And then, of course, the narration of secure communication, because all these devices, and the traditional as well as the newer forms of devices, they are generating data that was also not anticipated in the V1 phase or the CPU phase of the internet. So in terms of that, how do you handle the volume as well as how do you handle it securely? A car that is being driven in Nepal, it is no longer a car, it is an AI machine which has all your profiles, which is constantly beaming data over the internet with regards to your path, with regards to from where to where you are going, hopefully and hopefully not, also listening just like Alexa and other devices that we have seen as to what the conversations are going within it. How can IPv6 help to address this? We are already talking about data sovereignty, cloud localization. How can IPv6 now, from a global perspective, can also help local communities? It can be localized. I think these are the things that matters beyond routing, beyond just a tool for routing or network design and addressing the bottlenecks through IPv6. It has to be more participative. It has to meet the challenges. It has to be an enabler for the newer thing. In Nepal also, we have done quite a lot of work in terms of building our infrastructure. I'm really very proud of it. Be in terms of payments and the uses of all these tools by even the common person without much of government intervention, it is worth celebrating. And even though, and I read a very, very interesting thing, that probably the most uncelebrated actor in the entire things remain our actors. They do not attract any headlines. They do not attract, they are not visible to end users. Only the application is visible to the end users. And no one appreciates what possibilities the networks they shape, right? So we have taken the entire discussion of preparing Nepal for the AI age, and hopefully the government of Nepal is also coming out with its own white paper, and we'll see some enhanced focus also on AI. And in that context, how can Nepal adopt AI? Right? But before answering that, we'll have to understand who all are our key stakeholders. We believe AI has to work primarily for the society. Any technology which does not delivers to the commonest man probably loses its influence. And in that context, we also need to start working on our own AI models, capable of processing our queries in Nepali language as well as the other regional languages that we have. How will AI shape the behavior of our citizens? We just had an election, and the narrative of algorithms taking over Nepal and the Nepali society is being much talked about. How is AI going to reshape the behavior of our citizens? How are the jobs going to be affected? Of course, technology, and this is where it matters. Do we have, how will our infrastructure, right from the GPUs, the chips, to the networks, evolve to handle such intense compute requirement that is coming, already knocking our doors? How will Nepal's economy, is there an opportunity for Nepal to accelerate its economy through AI? In India, we see a very clear focus. Are there any sectors, and we are already talking about $100 billion, taking Nepal's economy to $100 billion in another 10 years. And of course, what are there to be leveraged? And to this audience, why did I say that Nepal is at one of the sweetest spots in the earth at this point of time in the AI age? If Google is talking about going to space for their data centers, what we have been pitching is that you go to the space through the Himalayas because that distance is very small. 3.6 gigawatt of power is what we are already generating. Because we have surplus additional power, Nepal has moved up in the value chain. Yesterday only, last year in 2025, Nepal was #1 country in the world in terms of new vehicle EV adoption. Yesterday there was the news that it was second. we already have 6 gigawatts, 6,000 megawatt of power purchase ready, hydropower projects that are ready for development, 6 gigawatt. We can easily host 100, 200, 300 megawatt infrastructures that the hyperscalers are direly looking for. And talk about the natural cooling advantage. And to our guests, yesterday, if you have seen how cold it was in Kathmandu because of the rain, right? And this is April, right? Nepal's total energy is sustainable. 99% of our energy, it is from hydropower. It is scalable as well as it is green. You can have power elsewhere, but how would you bring in the green component? And this is an advantage to data center operators in India, in Bangladesh, in region, and probably in the US as well. Availability of power, sustainable, scalable power, a naturally cold Himalayan climate, a good ecosystem. Only those two will not take around. The youths in Nepal, and I feel so happy. In the 1997-98, I saw Hyderabad coming up, I saw Gurugram coming up, I saw all these, even Bangalore coming up, right? And even at that time, we thought Nepal could catch up, but we missed the bus. We are not prepared. But the youths at this point of time, they are so prepared. The skill base of our people, especially the younger people, it is so amazing, and they're already contributing in terms of software developments. So the ecosystem that is required in terms of supporting these infrastructures is also available. And then the cost. 1 megawatt of AI-ready data center, 100 kilowatt rack would cost you $15 million in Tokyo, Japan, would cost you $14 million in Singapore, would cost you $5 to $7 million per megawatt in India, $5 to $9 million as a matter of fact. The Blackstone just 3 months ago, they financed a 60 megawatt AI data center at a cost of $9 million US dollars per megawatt. In Nepal, we are developing 1 megawatt generation, electricity generation at $1.5 million only. So a data center is 4 to 5 times more capital intensive than generating a power project, a generation project. In Nepal, we anticipate we can be the cheapest in the world without compromising. And when you talk about tier certified data centers, tier 4, I think it's expensive. Tier 3 is good enough. Tier 3 data centers, we anticipate $4 to $5 million per megawatt using the same equipments that the world is using. Whatever is being used in Japan, probably the same thing. And we know who all are the leaders. So the lowest total cost of ownership. And it is in this perspective, we have initiated a Nepal AI data center cluster. We want to achieve 100 megawatt of compute, mostly for export. We are already starting with our 5 megawatt data center, AI ready, future ready. And we are bringing in a lot of partnerships and a lot of value propositions, not only for Nepal, but also for this world. And I think all of these cannot be built on robust technologies where IPv6, of course, has a hand. Even if IPv6 does not attract headlines, it does not reach the end users, it does reach where it matters the most. Thank you so very much to the organizers for having me here. I'm indeed very delighted to share my thoughts on why it matters to the IPv6 community, what we are doing, where Nepal is probably headed for, and happy to take any questions in this regard. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Let me compliment Mr. Deepak for your passionate presentation on covering all the technologies, including blockchain, which is my passion also. But a lot of things you have told, and great advantage Nepal has for data centers, especially the smaller one, what we call edge data centers. Everything is there in place. But one most important thing, and that is the connectivity, the high-speed connectivity to the cloud, which normally comes either through submarine cables or optic fiber cables. Even satellite cannot help the type of speeds and download is required. So for that, what is your vision, or what is the suggestion? How you will handle that actually?
Absolutely. Connectivity, the only dependency, all other things we have it internally.
Yes.
The water, the power, the cooling, right? And then the question is about connectivity. We currently have 5 different locations from where we take the connectivity, mostly from India. There is one more connectivity from, through China, but that does not have much of traffic. I think, and that is where cooperation between nations come into play, right? I think we'll have to boost with these new demands coming in, new visions coming in, new aspirations coming in, right? Earlier, India also thought that probably 2 marine cable landings was suffice, and then Google announced a third one in Visakhapatnam, right? So in that context, I absolutely agree with you that we need to focus more on connectivity and in terms of important parameters, not only for export, but also for our own community, right? If the diffusion of AI has to happen in Nepal, the latency will have to overcome that problem. So I think we'll have to talk and coordinate closely with players from India, the Indian government, to strengthen that. The good thing is, this was also a constraint earlier in the power paradigm, right? And then we worked really very closely, and now we have multiple cross-border power transmission lines with India, 400 kVA level, right? And we can, even at this point of time, export almost 2,000-3,000 megawatts to India, not a problem, right? And this is where, even to the new government, what we have said is, now let's also scale up the connectivity with India. So yes, that is a very valid question.
Yeah, thank you. And also these, I think the power infrastructure can be leveraged through OPGW, what Bhutan have done actually, maybe.
I have a very different, leveraging the power infrastructure is what we intend to do with AI and high performance compute. But when you talk about Bhutan, the whole narrative gets hijacked by saying that, okay, you should open to Bitcoin mining, right? 2 days ago also, I was into an AI summit, and I think whatever Bhutan is doing is good, but Nepal probably needs to take a different path. For the reason, Bhutan has a population of only 800,000. Whatever you do, you can update, you can have AI and other thing, it is going to be only for 800,000. And then you have surplus energy, and how do you leverage it? Energy should be first, it should be first used for its people, for the betterment of people. We have 3.3 million people. The whole narrative, the uses, even for domestic use, and then the entire thing scales differently. And then the added responsibility to make them AI ready, such that they can enjoy diffusion, they can improve their life, right? So I think instead of getting hijacked by the narrative of that surplus energy of Bhutan is being used for Bitcoin mining, I think for Nepal the strategy should be used for.
Yeah.
No, I know, I understand that.
My purpose was to tell that OPGW, the fiber, you lay fiber along the power
absolutely.
line. That was the thing. Not the usage, but the infrastructure part.
I absolutely agree, but I stole this opportunity because I wanted this audience to also know that for Nepal, I think it makes more sense for us to go the AI and high performance compute way rather than saying, oh, Bhutan has done Bitcoin mining, so let's also go, we also have scalable power, let's go for Bitcoin mining.
Thank you.
We are in a very different terrain.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Presentation was very good. There's two areas that of key strength that you have actually emphasized on. One is cool temperatures. Second is green energy. And this is very important today. You use the word green and that attracts people. So now you have a perfect setup for high computing, high performance computing. Now comes two challenges that I can see. One, which SN has already highlighted and you have mentioned, the bandwidth, the connectivity that needs to be there. Now, the second one is even more interesting because if you want to sell this to foreign governments, today the key word is sovereignty. Which means, for example, you convince the Malaysian government to come and put up our high computing performance data center out here. And it can happen. Two things. They want the fiber connectivity to it, but second, more importantly, the sovereignty, which means you will have to create, through government regulations, a free trade zone that is comparable to, say, this building becomes yours. That land and this building becomes part of the Malaysian infrastructure for certain years, for 30, 40 years. That means that is sovereignly part of Malaysia. Because the laws now in Malaysia say data centers are sovereign, must be owned by the country. And this is not just happening in Malaysia right now because of, we can say maybe thank you to Trump, everybody wants sovereign now. Right? Everyone's moving to saying it must belong to us in our country. So you must be ready to rent out parts of that sector to those countries for long term. To say this area especially now belongs to this country for a while. Then it becomes sovereign. And that's a challenge because it is going to have to go through constitutional process. And if you all can do that, I think you have a winner here.
No, very valid suggestion. So on...
regarding the power that we boast so much, what about the impact of climate change? In the dry season, we depend on import from India. Even Bhutan depends on import from India in the dry season. And the snow is getting depleted in the Himalayas due to climate change. And we're talking about sustainable, scalable green energy based on our hydro potentials. So how do you look at this, the future of our hydro potentials?
The future of hydropower for Nepal, amidst all the concerns that we have and challenges we have, is still very attractive. The almost 100 plus projects and which have a power purchase agreement now, which they have already, that means that they have done exhaustive study with regards to rivers, regards to climate, right? And almost any hydropower project almost spends 4 to 5 years in the preparation phase, and then only it becomes PPA ready, right? So in that perspective, even though the general concern about climate change, the rain change behavior is there, but still, if you look at the broader, bigger picture, Nepal's advantage is in hydropower. That is for sure. We'll have to adopt and we will have to spend more time in terms of preparing these hydropower projects such that we do not have surprises later. So that is my understanding of the hydropower project, because 10 years earlier also this question was quite dominant for Nepal, because the climate is changing, should we develop it or not develop it? And in that process, we saw acute power crisis. Right? I think that is taken care by the generation powers, the energy people. The compute people, this is a compute people. What our thinking should be that, look, there is power available. How do we leverage it? And then these are the additional advantages that we have. Can we leverage it?
My question is, power will not be available.
I beg to disagree with that.
In dry seasons, our stations operate below 30% of its total capacity.
The reason is that we did not focus more on developing storage projects. All of our projects are run-of-the-river types, right? So that is a reason that we now have a nominal thing. But then the fact of the matter is that we are not only importing, we are also exporting the equal quantum to India. If you see, last year we exported almost 700 megawatts to India and we imported another 700 megawatts. So that is okay. But then the whole notion that power will not be available in the future, I think that is can be contested. Talking to your question, sir, data sovereignty. Here I have a word of caution. I agree, the notion of data sovereignty is there, and we are also talking about data sovereignty with respect to Nepal. Our banking data or our citizens' data, they should be resident in Nepal and not in cloud. And thus you will see data sovereignty and data localization laws coming in, and the preliminary works have already been done. But we'll also have to understand that the entire compute is fundamentally shifting. Now data is also being generated. The compute is generating. For example, I want to know the meaning of lines on our roads, the white lines, the yellow lines, right? I do not need to go to some servers and retrieve it. And thus, because data is not being retrieved, it does not hold in the context of data sovereignty. Data is also, the new paradigm is also about data generation and who holds that data, right? So these are also going to be important, but I totally agree. For countries who do not have the necessary infrastructure and who have to go out, they would love to have powerful laws and absolute access to the data centers. And that is where the notion of data embassy is also picking up. The government of Nepal is aware of this notion that we can make our data centers as sovereign to the foreign countries. So this is being taken care of. I guess I'm done? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deepak. I request you to kindly stay on stage. I would like to invite Dr. Navanithan C. Arjuman, Chairman of APAN IPv6 and 5G Working Group, to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Deepak. Moving on, our next speaker is Mr. Mohammed Arif, the chairman of APAC Indonesia. He leads one of the Indonesia's largest IT associations. He also serves as vice chairman of the Indonesian Internet Domain Name Registry for the 2023-2027 term and is a member of the Professional Council of the Indonesian Telematics Society. Mr. Arif.
Oh yeah, sure. This one. So good afternoon, everyone. All listening guests, Mr. Binaya from Subisu, and also my friend Prof. Suresh, and all the friends from the across Asia Pacific in Kathmandu today. It's truly an honor from me. This is my first time in Nepal, also here, but sadly, I'm only can be here like 24 hours. So because I must leaving tonight, but actually because this is like my promises to attend this meeting and all this IPv6 Council. So I'm here today. So I'm stand here not only as the chairman of APG, Indonesia Internet Association, and also NIR from Indonesia, but I'm the representative of the nearly 1,500 ISP in Indonesia. I think this is largest quantity of the ISP in a single country, because we have so many islands, and also our people like almost 300 million people in Indonesia. So that's our challenges to deployment our network and also the IPv6 in Indonesia. So today I will not talk about theory. I will talk about what really happened when IPv6 meets the reality. So APG, a little bit of APG. APG is established in 1996. Is now the next month actually will be 30 years, and I think the oldest organization of the ICT in Indonesia. No, so we representing now around 1,500 ISP and network operator in Indonesia. Through IDNIC, we operate also the National Internet Registry, and one of the only 2 active NIR in the Southeast Asia right now, and 7 in the Asia Pacific region. So this gives us some unique. We don't see just the policy, we see the real deployment of behavior, we see also who deploys, how they deploys, and also where things fail. Now, let us remind ourselves, IPv4 was exhausted in Asia Pacific in 2011, and yet already 15 years later, IPv6 adoption is still not complete yet in our country. Globally, only around 35 until 40% of traffic in IPv6. So the question is no longer, do we need IPv6? The real question is, why is the adoption still uneven? So 3 years ago, we have also IIX, Indonesia Internet Exchange. So APG also managed that Indonesia Internet Exchange in Indonesia. 3 years ago, our traffic is only like 4.6 terabyte. Today, 3 years later, our traffic is 19.6 terabyte. That's more than 4 times growth in just even 3 years. Traffic is exploding, demand is accelerating, digital dependency is increasing. But IPv4 is already exhausted. Let me be very clear. IPv6 is not just about a technology upgrade, it's a business necessity. Today, IPv4 is already exhausted in a country like Indonesia with a massive population and explosive digital growth. We are trying to build a future of something that is already running out. And in the same time, our broadband penetration is still below 20%. I think the real number are 18%. We are also now developing fixed wireless access based on 5G in Indonesia with 1.4 gigahertz. Things about that for a moment. That means the real growth of FTTH in Indonesia has not even starting yet. Millions of new homes, millions of new users, millions of new devices, and are still incoming online. So, if we continue relying on IPv4, we are preparing a bottleneck before the growth even happen. Today, many networks rely on CGNet. Yes, it's help in the short term, but it creates a real problem in the future. Gaming doesn't work well, CCTV access become complicated, remote connectivity is also limited. And more importantly, it adds cost and complexity to our network. Now look forward, 5G, IoT, smart homes, digital economy, things is the next wave of Indonesia. If we stay on IPv4, we will hit the wall very quickly. But with IPv6, we remove that limitation. Every home gets its own address. Sorry. Every home gets its own address. Every device connect directly. The network become simpler, more efficient, and ready to scale. It's not only just the industry, it's this national direction. The government has already set up roadmap for IPv6 adoption in Indonesia. So the question is no longer we move on to IPv6, but how fast we can handle this transition. Because Indonesia's broadband growth is still ahead of us, not behind us, and the winner will be those who are ready before that growth arrives. And IPv6 in the foundation of readiness. Now let's look at the IPv6 progress in Indonesia. Today, around 80% to 20% of users are accessing via IPv6. A few years ago, it was around 15%. So, its progress is happening. But it's still below the global average, it's around 40 to 50%. Now let's connect with the operator reality. We have more than 700 ISN connect to the IX. Around 76% are IPv6 capable. On the paper, this looks very strong, but here's the key of insight. Capability does not equal deployment yet. Many operators are ready technically, but actually IPv6 usage is still limited. A gap within readiness and real utilization. This gap is where transition fails. So the real question becomes, how do we close this gap in the future? Bro, let me explain about the challenges. First, there is no single deployment model. Indonesia is highly diverse. Large operator, mid-tier ISP, small local provider is different constraint. So we must ask how, for whom, under what condition. Second, infrastructure. Many operators still rely on legacy devices. Some do not fulfill support IPv6. Some require costly upgrades. So the decision becomes upgrade or delay. And many, of course, choose a delay. Third, the knowledge. IPv6 require a different mindset. Many engineers understand theory, but lack real operational experience. So what happened? Lack of confidence, and also the result is slow of deployment. For the economic, IPv6 doesn't not immediately generate revenue. Operator must invest, but the return is indirect. So IPv6 is often not prioritized in our operator right now. Fifth, the device ecosystem. Even now, the network is ready. Many devices already can be dual stack, but so the sixth, IPv6 is not ready, but actually fell silently. Without not, exposure increase. So we need clear roadmap, alignment, also the incentive. And also, the last one is the ecosystem. If one stakeholder is not ready, everything will be slowing down. And finally, is the human factor. It's not just about technical, it's about the risk, confidence, and also stability. So what must have changed? First, we must move from idealism to realism. Support practical deployment, not perfect design. Second, improve measurement, because wrong data leads can wrong decision. Third, security must be regional. Threat is cross-border, so response must be collaborative. Fourth, standard must be exclusive. They must reflect real operator, not only advanced market. So when we say enablement, let me show you what looks like in a practice. APG not just talking about IPv6. APG is executive IPv6 acceleration at scale through Concerted 2006 program led by IDNIC and the technical team. APG is not waiting for IPv6 deployment, but we try to engineer it. We have 3 Concerted 2026 initiative to increase deployment of IPv6 in Indonesia. First, IPv6 tunnel broker, transitional infrastructure for tier 2 and 3 operator. A national IPv6 tunnel broker service to accelerate adoption among ISPs and enterprise not yet ready for native IPv6, while preparing full end migration. In Q1 2026, we preparation and ecosystem alignment. Q2, pilot implementation as soft launching. Q3, mass adoption and utilization scaling. Q4, transition to native IPv6 and optimization. So the second is IPv6 fast track campaign, capacity building at scale. Q1 IPv6 fast track program with 50 hours free technical consultation for 50 priority member in tier 2 and 3 ISP in Indonesia. Q2 IPv6 deployment bootcamp, intensive 3-day hand-on training for network engineer from 100 organization in Indonesia. Q3, our plan is IPv6 Go Live Challenge. We recognition and award for member successfully deployment production of IPv6 service with measurable traffic. And the Q4 2026 IPv6 regional roadshow in the 7 city, mostly in the major city of the Indonesia. So the number 3 is mandatory IPv6 planning for new allocation. We ensuring all the new IP allocation from IDNIC include IPv6 planning consultation. So every new member start with a clear migration path from day one. They are not suggestion. They are the 3 of APG 2006 commitment to its more than 1,500 members. So there's a people building internet every day, but operator cannot do this alone. In Indonesia, now I know we have some difficulty to develop. So now we're working together with our government, the Minister of the Communication, we call it Komdigi. Now we're working closely to build some roadmap and also the regulation to push the IPv6 integration in Indonesia. So now we built a national IPv6 roadmap, align with policy with operator reality, encourage incentive based on the adoption of IPv6, and strengthen our capacity building, and also coordinate with all the ecosystem in Indonesia. Because policy must follow the reality, not the other way around. And IPv6 requirement enablement, not enforcement. So let me leave you with this. And only the question is, we are building it together or we build it right. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the insightful session. My question is, during your IPv6 deployment, how did you manage dual stack environment efficiently without increasing operational complexity in Indonesia?
Oh.
During your IPv6 deployment, how did you manage dual stack environment efficiently without increasing operational complexity?
Thank you. So I think the old ISP in Indonesia already mostly is already deployed the IPv4 now. In the beginning, like I said, we try to focusing on the new operator first, the new ISPs, because in Indonesia I think like every month there's like more than 30 new ISP. So we start from there first. While in the existing ISP, we try to move the network because we have the Indonesia Internet Exchange. So we try to push all the existing member to connect to the exchange. So the exchange already prepared for IPv6 right now. I think it's like a progress lah, something like that. So not affect the existing IPv4 I think in the network.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Arif. So it's a good presentation on the rollout. So as you know, I mean, we are neighbors, Malaysia. We are now already moving to IPv6 only strategy. So, I mean, I saw in your presentation you are covering the dual stack part of it. So, Indonesia has any plan, any timeline to move to IPv6 only, because this is currently the latest trend that we are looking at it. So, I just want to understand, is there any plans on the government level, initiative from the Indonesia government moving to IPv6 only? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think for now on, we don't have any exactly fixed schedule for the IPv6 on the Indonesia. I think the initiative also come from the community for us to push the government make it the new regulation, because in the past, I think last 10 years, I think we tried to implementation is like organically, but it's very difficult. So we must push with the regulation. So that's why with the new ISP must be follow the IPv6 roadmap first. So in my opinion, Indonesia will maybe very difficult to very fully IPv6. But for our target now, we can implement more than 70% first in the 5 years from now, around 2030. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Arif, first let me thank you for this information, very interesting and useful. In one of your slide, you mentioned about the issue with the current DNS resolution, and it was shown that it is highly concentrated on those 10 root servers. And but in your country, do you have any plan, like there is a possibility and feasibility of having a IPv6 only root server, which can be in your own country also actually, or anywhere it can be created? So do you have any plan as a country in Indonesia in that direction?
Yes, of course. We have planned to doing that, but like I said before, it's not that easier, because now no regulation. The operator must implementation the FAIR only or the DNS or everything. Now we still beginning to make the new regulation for that, and hopefully will be finished soon lah, So next year all the operator can follow the new version, because as an NIR in Indonesia, we know lah, the IPv4 now very limited resource we have. And then also I'm not so happy because now become the more like commodity. So that's why it's our challenges to push all to the version 6, like Prof. Surya said. Maybe version 6 is like more free lah, and very cheap now to develop, and also because we have so many development now in the network, so we're running over the version 4 also in Indonesia. That's why in the future soon we can try to move to version 6, like you said before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I request Mr. Surendra Shrestha, Chairman of Subisu, to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Arif. Moving on. Next, we have Mr. Tegu Prasetya, a veteran in the ICT industry with over 35 years of experience. He is also a recipient of Indonesia's presidential honor. He is the regional coordinator of APAC IPv6 Council in Indonesia and also started the council chapter in Indonesia. May I invite Pak Tegu Prasetya to speak to the audience about the IPv6 security and resilience. Pak Tegu.
Thank you. Actually, previously the organizer is telling me that my session will be after lunch here. So, but again, since we all not too hungry now, so let's discuss the hard thing first. Because previously we are talking about implementation and so on and so forth. Honorable Chairman of IP version 6 Council, Asia Pacific, Prof. Suresh, and honorable gentlemen from Nepal government, from Nepalese government, also from Chairman of Subisu, the sponsor. It's being an honor for us to be here together with my colleague from Indonesian Internet Association. Would like to discuss and actually is presenting the concern of the IP version 6 security itself. We know IP version 4 has been there for long time. And actually the first IP version 6 is also being there for the last, since 2010, I guess. So it's been 15, 16 years until now. And for Indonesia itself, we do have roadmap since 2014. But again, IP version 6 roadmap during that time is only elaborate about the needs of this, the need of the IP addressing that has been sorted out because of the lack of IP version 4 allocations. So that's the first one. And like what our colleague mentioned about Indonesia's situation, maybe I can tell you now that the government is start rewriting again the roadmap, enhancing the roadmap, because we know that the current IP version 6 now is being evolved as well. There is IP version 6 enhanced over there, segment routing version 6 is there, even the the network itself now evolving to cope with 5G development and towards 6G the next 5 years on the road. So now I would like to talk about the IP version 6 security paradigm, reframing, and also the assumption of it. First of all, good morning, everybody, and namaste. I forget to tell you about that, the most important one. IP version 6 is actually designed with explicit attention to the architecture weakness documented in the IP version 4 ecosystem over several decades of operational experience. During the coffee break, we are discussing about IP MPLS, which is introduced over IP version 4. Those one back on years 1999. In Indonesia itself, we very first implemented in 2001, which is currently what is 14, 15 years ago, 25 years ago. So it's very old, guys, gentlemen, everybody. There is very old technology. And you are talking about security over those things. No? CG net is there. Any kind of net is there. So that's why when the idea of adoption of IP version 6 is no longer talking about the lack of numbering, but nowadays the necessity is about security. Do you know the total numbers of IP version 4, total number around the world, can be break with quantum computing only in terms of minutes? They can scan all over 4 billion numbers only a minute with quantum computing right now. So this is the time for us to rethink again, not only of the lack of numbering, which is so many CG NAT over there, and so many network address translation is introduced because of the lack of numbering, but the need of the security itself will become number one. For sure, IP version 6 doesn't eliminate the attack surface, but it restructures. Certain threat categories are meaningfully reduced. For example, broadcast-based amplification attacks, which are eliminated by IP version 6 shift to multicast, while new or expanded attack surface emerge from protocol feature with no IP version 4 equivalence, including the Neighbor Discovery Protocol, NDP, when it is plain. That's why it needs to be strengthening to introduce SAN, stateless address auto-configuration, and also the vastly enlarged address space that complicate conventional scanning-based detection. So if you are still using the scanning-based detection based on this one, this is also some problem if you are implementing IP version 6. Furthermore, the coexistence of IP version 4 and IP version 6 during the dual stack transition period can also introduce compound vulnerability because you maintain both network at once that neither protocol present in isolation. So my presentation is gone. Let me talk one by one. So we will cover the IP security paradigm, and then we cover the neighbor discovery protocol. We cover NDP mitigation. Number 4, we cover IPsec integration. Number 5, we are covering privacy extension. And number 6, systemic resilience for dual stack risk. Let's go one by one. This is what we talk. What IP version 6 reduce?
we are talking about broadcast-based amplification attack. We are talking about ARP-based spoofing, replaced by NDP. For sure, NDP cannot be alone. It must, currently, it must include SEN. Otherwise, it's still easy to attack because it's plain, not encrypted. And number 3, net-related IPsec transversal complexity, because using native IP version 6, and host-by-host scanning feasibility due to the address space. So we introduce, IP version 6 is introducing NDP attack surface, SLAAC exploitation vectors, extension header evasion techniques, also dual stack component vulnerability using transition, and IPAM feasibility gaps. So this is what we are talking about IP version 6. It is restructure. Then next, we are talking about the neighbor discovery. Neighbor discovery protocol for neighbority and structure, the NDP itself defined in the RFC 4861, it subsumes and extends the function of IP version 4 address resolution protocol or ERP. Internet control message protocol, ICMP, router discovery, and redirect mechanism. The NDP itself actually operate over ICMP version 6 and encompass 5 core message type, which is router solicitation, router advertisement, which is RA, neighbor solicitation, neighbor advertisement, and redirect. So for document threat factor, which is consists of neighbor case poisoning, NCP. So protocol can be vulnerable for these things, for neighbor case poisoning, and then rough router advertisement, RRA. And also it is vulnerable to SLAAC based attack, because this exploit the auto configuration process defined in the RFC 4862 by injecting a rough array with a crafted prefix. An attacker can cause hosts to generate valid appearing global unicast address rooted in an attacker control prefix. So effectively with this one, they can redirecting all off-link traffic. And then the other one is about DAD flooding or NDP exhaustion. Target the duplicate address detection, DAD mechanism, by generating large volume of neighbor solicitation, and an attacker can prevent legitimate nodes from completing address configuration and exhaust router neighbor case resources. It can result in a denial of service condition at the link layer. So because of this one, how we can mitigate? So NDP mitigation capabilities and limitation, actually, the constraint start with number 1 is to secure neighbor discovery, or what we call SEN, based on RFC 3971. The capability, it is SEN introduced cryptographically generated address, CGA, based on RFC 3972, in which the interface identifier component of an IP version 6 address is derived from public key via defined hash function. Note, asserting ownership of an address must demonstrate possession of the corresponding private key, providing cryptographical binding between address and identity. So SEN actually additionally employ RSA signature on NDP message and a timestamp or nonce mechanism to prevent replay attacks. So that's number one. Secondly, about router advertisement guard or RA guard based on RFC 6105. RA guard is layer 2 enforcement mechanism implemented in the managed network switch. The switch itself inspect ICMP version 6 traffic and apply a policy that identify the port authority to originate RA message, discard the RA message arriving on unauthorized port. So this will provide effective protection against rough RAs from end user hosts. The thirdly, it's about DHCP version 6 guard based on RFC 7610. DHCP version 6 guard function analogously to DHCP version 4, with snooping the entire enforce of policy permitting DHCP version 6 server response only on designated trusted port, and also discard them on untrust host facing port, and to prevent rough DHCP version 6 server from disturbing malicious address or configuration data. Lastly, is about IP version 6 source guard and dynamic prefix binding. IP version 6 source guard bind source IP version 6 address to specify switch port based on DHCP version 6 snooping or ND inspection binding tables, preventing address spoofing at the host level. This control is supported on some enterprise switching platform and is not universally available, unfortunately. So, but again, this is something that we need to improve as well on the coming years. Next is about, we are talking about IPsec integration, capability, mandate, and practical constraint. We know that IP version 6 defined across RFC 4301 until 4309 for the current architecture provide two primary security services. Number one is authentication header, which is AH, which provide data integrity and source authentication without encryption, and also encapsulating security payload, which is ESP, which provide confidentiality, integrity, and optional authentication. So evidence of that, RFC 6434 year 2011 revised the original IP version 6 specification to change IPsec from must implement to should implement. So it is becoming mandatory for everybody to implement IP version 6 nodes, reflecting the operational reality that many constrained device categorized cannot full support IPsec processing for internet connected hosts and network infrastructure based on RFC 8200 and associated security guidelines threat that IPsec as a required implementation capabilities. So the importance of distinction is between support, having the capability, and use, applying it to traffic flows, the latter of which remain a network policy decision. Again, the suggestion is becoming not support, but mandatory to use it. So for practical deployment consideration, we know that IP version 6 integrated extension header architecture provide a cleaner path for IPsec encapsulation rather than IP version 4 option field, reducing interoperability friction in the same scenarios. However, NAT transversal challenges that complicate IPsec in IP version 4 are substantially reduced in the native IP version 6 deployment due to the elimination of the NAT dependencies. Next, we are talking about privacy extension and address stability, the structure trade-off of it based on the RFC 4941 and also RFC 7217. So first of all, we are talking about AUI 64. In the early IP version 6 implementation, the interface identifier, or IID, the lower 64 bits of unicast address, was frequently derived from the device 48-bit MAC address via the modified AUI 64 process, which is defined on RFC 4291. The approach introduced a persistent, globally unique identifier embedded in the IP version 6 address, enabling cross-network correlation of device activity and undermining the location privacy that IP version 6 address could theoretically provide. Secondly, regarding the privacy extension, which is RFC 4941 and stable address, RFC 7217, the RFC 4941 privacy extension for stateless address auto-configuration addresses AUI 64 tracking by generating temporary randomized ID that are rotated periodically. Hosts will generate both a stable address and one or more temporary addresses. With the temporary addresses, depreciate and replace it on the configurable schedule. The RFC 7217 semantically opaque interface identifier provide a complementary mechanism, which is stable ID that are nonetheless opaque and not globally unique, generated a function of the network prefix, interface, and also the local secret. This address scenario, where address stability is required, without reintroducing AUI 64 style persistent tracking again. The two mechanisms serve different operational purpose and are not mutually exclusive contemporary implementation. For example, Windows 10, Linux with Network Manager, also Mac OS, typically implement RFC 7217 style stable address alongside with RFC 4941 temporary address. Again, with this one, we still see that limitation and residual tracking factor. The privacy extension reduce, but do not eliminate device trackability. Residual tracking factor include DHCP version 4 DUID, which is stable across address chain in many implementation. Also, secondly, ICMP's version 6, echo traffic patterns. Third, application layer identifier. And the fourth, link local address, which are stable by default and not covered by RFC 4941. So again, the holistic privacy posture requires addressing this factor alongside with address randomization. So we must combine all best practice. So what is this consolidated security feature as a reference? Feature standard is based on RFC 3971 or 3972. Primary benefit is prevent NDP snooping via CGA and RSA signature. The key constraint is high complexity. Need to have CA infrastructure, but also actually it is limited OS and hardware support as well. Secondly, regarding RA guard, based on standard RFC 6105 and 7113, the primary benefit, if we implement this, it will block rough router advertisement at layer 2, but key constraint is fragment evasion on non-compliant device. As we mentioned, more, there is still a lot of device based on the first version of IP version 6, not the latest version. Third, the feature of the ICP v6 guard based on RFC 7610 The primary benefit will block rough DHCP version 6 server on untrusted port. But again, the key constraint, this one, is does not protect SLAAC path. The fourth is regarding IPsec AH or ESP based on RFC 4301 and until 4309. The primary benefit, if we doing it at the end, end-to-end, will add integrity and confidentiality. But the key constraint is complexity of the policy and constraint of device limits. Another feature is about privacy extension based on RFC 4941. The primary benefit is randomized IID, reduce cross-network tracking, but key constraint is local link, DUID, application layer, still trackable. Another feature is about stable OPEC IID based on RFC 7217. The primary benefit, stable, but again, OPEC 1 IID without AUI 64 tracking. Key constraint is implementation level, support need to be strong. 7, regarding the DHCP version 6 option 108, the standardization is based on RFC 8925. The benefit will be signal IP version 6 only capability to clients. But again, key constraint is not a standalone transition mechanism required. The last feature is about IP version 6 SRV guard. Standard is on the platform. The primary benefit, it will prevent layer 2 source addressing spoofing. And the key constraint is not universally available across all vendors. So we must be very careful on this one. With those things, we're coming to the systemic resilience consideration. Number 1, so beyond the individual protocol level control, we need to have resilience IP version 6 security architectures. Requires attention to several systemic factors that are frequently overweighted in deployment guidance. Number 1 is about dual stack attack surface expansion. During the transition, because during the transition, network running both IP version 6 and IP version 4, we must maintain security control for both protocol stack simultaneously, meaning double resources, double effort. Common failure mode in deploying mature IP version 4 security control alongside nascent or absent IP version 6 control, effectively providing an attacker with unmonitored path via IP version 6, even on the network that not intentionally use IP version 6. Secondly, monitoring and detection gap. Many security information and event management, our CM platform, intrusion detection system or IDS, and network traffic analyzer have historically have incomplete IP version 6 parsing and rule coverage. Security teams should explicitly audit their detection tooling for IP version 6 support before or even during deployment of this. The third, regarding extension header exploitation, IP version 6 extension header architecture, while flexible, also has been documented as an invasion factor. Certain extension header combinations, such as excessive hop-by-hop option, fragment header, are used to bypass deep packet inspection system or exhausting router processing resource. RFC 7112 and RFC 9098 will provide guidance on handling unusual extension header claims. Network equipment should be evaluated against this recommendation. And then the fourth, regarding address space management complexity. The scale of IP version 6 address space create both operational and security challenge. Traditional host by host network scanning is computationally invisible in /48 or /64. But this also means that conventional asset discovery approach must be replaced with an alternative methods. One of it is DHCP version 6 logging, and secondly, ND case interrogation, and the thirdly, flow-based discovery. So organization or company without major IP version 6 address management of DHCP version 6 or DNS integration, IPAM tooling, face significant blind spot in their network visibility. This necessitates investment in dedicated IP version 6 IPAM tools and updated network baseline procedure. I think this is some consideration, the last slide, the key takeaway from the total presentation. Number one, IP version 6 will restructure the attack surface. It does not eliminate it. But again, if we introduce dual stack transition period, it will introduce, again, requiring parallel control, requiring parallel costs, and so on. We need to consider either IP version 4 or going to the native for the new one. Secondly, NDP operate without cryptographic authentication by default, meaning that SAN, RA guard, DHCP version 6 guard must be deployed together with those things. The third, IPsec support and IPsec use are different. So if you are implementing IP version 6, rather than just support, please use IPsec use, definitely. Number 4, for privacy extension, again, it reduce but not eliminate tracking. We need DHCP version 6 do it. Link local and application lecture vectors remain. And lastly, the fifth one, regarding systemic resilience, it requires CMs or IDS tooling with full IP version 6 support. Mature IPAM and explicit RFC 7112, RFC 9098 compliant extension header handling. So that's a key takeaway before we having lunch break. Thank you, everybody. If there is any question, please welcome. Sir.
Thank you for your presentation. So as we know, IPv6 has auto configuration facility, you mentioned in your slides. So as a result of frequently changing the address, which complicates the logging and forensic tracking. So how IPv6 versions like try to resolve the issue like regarding logging and forensic tracking?
Okay, it's a nice question. Everything is automatic, but again, you must have a logging, tools, right? So there is a tool actually, and to prevent this one. Also, not only expensive tool, but open source tools also available for rediscover those things, and to manage those. So that's why it's not only network is doing auto configuration itself, but we have also need some tools. Like I said, IDS must be CM must be network operation center must be. So that is why several even though our target is but again you got target you other Okay, thank you. Because we need cryptography on the first layer, right? The NDP layer. Can we use real TCP? And also we are using again because we are now on the IPv6 console right now. We can create trial. We can create because right now there is no cryptography, quantum cryptography yet implemented on this. Actually, we use but again, even IPsec itself is evolving. Again, IPv6, maybe later on, for sure, with quantum computing, but again, we need collaboration for all of us to make this thing. We must know the problem before we solve it. That's why we try to bring everything across. Everybody knows the problem.
The biggest challenge is from my side. We are now doing so, which is always, this is the product. But the true capability of so we want to have the issue that what so what we are looking at, so we don't need to firewall. So this is the balance. So obviously, I think the issue will be, so once you start then the overall landscape of IT everyone in this room think going only IPv6. So most of the security issues that we face in IPv6, that's my point. So, I just discussed about in our university, they are setting up would like to work with
Thank you. Totally agree. IP-version 6 end-to-end will solve all the problems, but in reality, this is what we are facing right now. So we must face the current condition before we are moving to the ideal condition. This is the way, to compromise things. In between, even though no one country is 100% IP-version 6. So this is why we have brought up this make sure that everybody is there, and for sure, yes, at least 80% of the network is on. Thank you for your suggestion. Totally correct. That's right. We need collaboration. We will have to government, but also health to collaborate together. Without that, still, good hope. But somebody who still thinks there are many ways to try to go to back door of our home, right? So, yeah. Is there any other question? Before we are having lunch, because lunch problem is for fixed, for example, FTTH and so on, which is the CPE, it's still IP version 4. So this is the one that make their life becoming headache for the service provider. One example, last year, major telco in Indonesia, which has 14 million customer, there was implemented IP version 6 dual stack, and again they are saving 20 million USD on CGNAT by introducing IP version 6. Of course, OLT, ONT must support. This is the first one, and then the end customer is just doesn't realize that they are IP version 6, right? But this one is happening. If you see the number from my colleague previously, mentioning that previously it's only 15%, 16%, now it's 25.6%, huge increase because the mobile provider now is implemented IP version 6 for their mobile user. So mobile user in our country is 300 million of users. So this is why we have a lot of huge jump from year to years. So that's my answer. With this one, meaning that again, they still implemented dual stack. That's why a lot of concern here is still there.
So my question actually was how to protect the customer who are getting IPv6. How do we protect them from the incoming attacks from the internet? Without CZNet, IPv6 is transparent, right?
Yeah.
So how do we protect those customers from incoming attacks from the internet?
Again, who has the network? It's the operator, right?
Yeah.
This is operator perspective. That's why it's not only corporate, but it's also service provider, meaning that service provider must be ready for this kind of things be happen. Even though they are serving consumers, mobile consumer, fixed consumer, they must be ready. So the tools must be enhanced, monitoring must be enhanced, because they are still running dual stack, unfortunately. They cannot go totally native like corporate. Corporate is easier, right? They can go native, for example, bank. So for our banking, then I said, okay, let's go. Why don't you just go totally native? That's the easiest way. Because bank has resources, bank also has highest security concern among others. So that's also big challenge. Even for Indonesia, it's big challenge to make sure that, hey, please move from IP-MPLS, for example, towards the SRv6. It's hard for us to convince them. Because, cost-wise and so on, we said, IP-MPLS, P router, PE router takes you a lot. BGP routing, how big is BGP routing, right? It's also consume a lot on the routing table, on their routers. Why don't they change the SRv6, which is much more simpler and end-to-end security? Still, I mean, it's progressing, but as I said, if we're not going hand in hand together with government, together with the industry, because we know as well, not all of the hardware provider is supported like this kind of security all the way. So we need to go hand in hand all together and to make sure that we can deploy, and also we make sure that our customer have sufficient not only knowledge but capability to absorb this is the latest technology that they should have on their hand, to make sure they have protection for their internal data privacy protection, their information protection also in its more secure way. It is just like if you want to come to your home and everybody right now is using smart door, right? So, but again, smart door also have trick to bypass the door because this is electronically things. It's connected everywhere. But because this is the latest, you can enhance, you can strengthening the network, then it's being adopted very well. Thank you, sir, for your concern. Anyway, this is all of our concern. It's not only you, but also our concern as well. How to make everybody aware. It's not only technology is one-sided. The other sided is how we can protect our network, how we can protect our investment, how we can protect our consumer or customer as well. So I guess it will help you a bit. Thank you, sir. Sure.
In other level, the adaptation of IPv6 actually is going in well-organized way. So from your country perspective, at the institution level actually, what's the scenario of the adaptation of IPv6 in your, if I consider Indonesia or actually in the university level, institution actually?
Okay.
We have EUROM services in the universities. So what's the scenario in Indonesia?
Okay, what we are trying to do right now is creating the roadmap that mentioning IP version 4 will be totally cut off after 2030 or 31. something like that. So we will cut off during that time. And before that cutoff, we still use the dual stack things. Hopefully, nobody will agree anyway. But again, it is some scenario that we are trying to drive government to implement with the new ministry decree that will be issued by this year, together with all community. Okay, so thank you everybody, and have a nice discussion, and have a nice lunch after this. Back to Fali.
May I invite Mr. Krishna Basudevan, Head of Global Enterprise Architecture Lightstorm, to give a token of appreciation to Tegu Prasetya. Now we'll be dispersing for lunch, and we'll come back by 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch while networking. Thank you.
जस्तै गरी pure beauty in my naivety, and I fell on the honey trap.
May I request everyone to please take your seats so we can resume our afternoon session? Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. We now move on to our most important milestone here. We are going to sign MOU with Subisu. Now we are going to have a MOU signing ceremony between the APAC IPv6 Council and Subisu Limited. May I invite Prof. Dr. Sureshwaran, Chair of APAC IPv6 Council, and Mr. Binaya Mohan Saud, CEO of Subisu Limited, to come on stage to sign the MOU. Can I ask both of you to stay on stage, Prof? As a token of love, we would, Mr. Binaya, please. We would like to give a small memento to Subisu on behalf of APAC IPv6 Council. Moving on to our next session, I would like to now invite Dr. Baburam Davadi, Assistant Dean at Tribhuvan University, Chief of Examination Control Divisions at IOE Tribhuvan University, also the Assistant Director at the NTA from 2009 to 2012. He has been an academic leader in engineering and networking and contributed to next generation network research. So.
Good afternoon, respected Chairman of this APAC IPv6 Council, foreign delegates, and national delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So after these launch sessions, I'm just briefly going through differently presenting, like I'm not talking much about the IPv6. I think that IPv6 is already established. And I understand that it must be worldwide fully deployed, but not yet fully deployed. It is going on smoothly. Particularly from the university resource perspective, I do share the latest networking paradigms, networking technologies that we need to think about, and we need to integrate our IPv6 addressing technology, addressing approach to those networking parameters so that we achieve the fully smart future networking infrastructure. That's why basically how we integrate the IPv6 towards the next generation other networks so that we will be able to achieve the intelligent and smart networks in the coming future. So I will go just through the background, next generation networks overview, IPv6 integrations to those next generation networks. I will share the academic research practice from the Nepalese perspective, Nepalese universities, ongoing research. So if we see this picture that on the left side, we see this is, we call it as a traditional networking infrastructure, still we are running. Because this is, we talk about ISPs or telcos network, then our objective is to transform this whole network into the completely future smart network, which is, I suppose that is already enabled with IPv6, but we need to transform those networks into like a software-defined network and other different kinds of networking paradigms. So from the layer point of view, we can see that IPv6 is the core of the addressing technology we require for every networking infrastructures. On the top of this, IPv6 is mostly deal with the networking layer. So software-defined network is the next paradigm that is particularly focused on the networking management, operation, and control. On the top of the control layer, then we go for the applications, which deals with the different kinds of services, even not the fifth generation network, and then beyond 5G, 6G, we talk about many other networks, so that every network we assume in the future is supposed to be a completely smart, intelligent. So this is about transitions. That means we are always in transitions because of the demand of because of the resource on the networking infrastructures, not only from the ground physical layer to top layer. So on the behalf of the physical infrastructures, IPv6 is the core foundations. Then after that, we move on the programmable network, that is software-defined network, including network function virtualizations. And then fifth generation network. Beyond SDN, we talk about intent-based network, that is fully AI-driven networking infrastructures. And also we talk about name data networking, which is a completely the separate next paradigm shift in the traffic routing, packet routing. Instead, we talk about the location of the data traffic based on the name. So if we see the transition now, still we are TDM, time division multiplex for IP, then IP before to IPv6 still running, legacy to SDN, 4G, LTE to 5G, 6G, and then on the top of that, other paradigms we see here, the intent-based network, name data network, and our last mile is quantum network and the communications. So it is assumed that after the 2040, the world will have a quantum network and communication infrastructures. So what are the challenges? Still we face the many challenges. We learn from the IPv6 deployment to those all networking paradigms we thought about. The major is now technology adaptations, how we transform our existing infrastructures, including the many well-established technology into the next generation networks. Human resource development, this is another major challenges. We need to have a well-skilled human resources first to transform our network into such future networking. The another important is the challenges is capital and operational investment on our network. So to make that network into a future operable advanced networking. Then where to add the intelligence? On every layer, we see there from the physical layer, like a transport layer to control layer, and then control layer, then apply for artificial intelligence, machine learning, analytics, intelligence over there. And for the service layer, now we can see for smart energy, Internet of Things, 5G, 6G, cloud services, all we do embed the intelligence. So we integrate all those technology into an integrated intelligent network. So major features, if we talk about intelligent in the network, is simply programmability, make it flexible, automated, auto-configured, adaptive, secure, and service aware. I think I will skip those because I have seen many sessions talking about the IPv6 and deployment. But still, I just want to share that we are still just crossing the 43%. This is, however, it is smoothly growing on, gradually going on, and most of the ISPs and telcos networks running on the dual stack. Then we think that let's move on to the switch off the before stack, then enable the B6 stack only. We have to think on forward for these situations. So this is one example, like 5th generation, 6th generation network with the massive features, enhanced features and benefits. The thing is we have to move on to 5th generation network. It has certain, the good thing is it has a good transformations, adaptations, particularly in the Asia also. We can see the progress, but in Nepal we are still trying to have a many like a policy and then deployment pass. 5G deployment is still kind of in stock, I think. So next one is software-defined network. I already briefly present about this. SDN, because of its next generation paradigm shift we talk about, because in the traditional network the data and control plane resides on the same device, which is now SDN simply segregate it, makes the data plane as a passive device, as a passive network, and move the control part into a single controller. The thing is, after this paradigm shift, then the resource said that we have many benefits with respect to neutrality, CapEx, OpEx implementations, security management, and the the many kinds of traditional network issues will be addressed based on this by this software-defined networking paradigm. So after SDN, this is also we think about beyond SDN. So we talk about intent-based network. This is a completely emerging technology concept. So that is the booming of the AI in the different fields, not only in the networking. We see that AI on this other different sectors also. So what if we apply the AI-driven and then automated configurations, auto-healing, auto-organizations of your network management and operations? So we have to avoid the manual intervention in the networking management and operation. This is the concept of intent-based network. So this is possible with the involvement of the AI-driven and machine learning technologies in the networking infrastructure. So next one, next generation networking paradigm, we talk it is, this is another major shift. It will be because this is a data-centric network we talk about. Particularly these days we talk about routing the traffic based on the packet and IP address, clients and servers like of things. So Indian assumed to have a particularly locate the data by its name. And its concept is a completely different one. It makes the IP addressing and packet routing as kind of abstract thing. On the top of that, it assumes for this. So it has a potential future evolutions of the internal architecture, addressing some of the limitations and challenges faced by the current IP-based networking model. So the last mile we talk about is the quantum network. We have many resources worldwide. So ultimate movement is we have to move our classical network into quantum network and the quantum communication, quantum internet. So currently our focus is particularly on the hybrid classical quantum network, because this is the thing we cannot move. We know that we cannot move directly to the next generation network. So for the quantum also, we have to establish the hybrid, classical, integrate the classical networking implementations and the concept of quantum within the classical network makes it hybrid. Same like we talk about dual stack in IPv6 and then move on to the quantum network in the future. So now see, now I just share the few slides about the IPv6 integrations of those next generation networking paradigm which I surfacely presented here. So IPv6 to SDN, NDN, quantum, right? So IPv6 makes the SDN network more secure, more robust, and more smart also. That is the things. So because the SDN is already a programmable network, and it helps, IPv6 helps it more programmable and then robust and more secure compared with the traditional network. Then IPv6 with the 5G and 6G, we know that the features like a massive machine type communication, that the major feature of 5G. Without IPv6, this is not possible, right, these days. We need to have a sufficient IPv6 addresses too. So intent-based network also, it is an intent-driven. We talk that is transformation of your business intent into policies. In this scenario also, IPv6 is more supportive, self-healing, and it helps to increase the security and compliance. Then IPv6 and NDN, it's mostly data-centric communications, content-based simplified routing it provides, and it will have improved mobility. And then finally, IPv6 and the quantum. So in these situations, hybrid, traditional or you mean SDN-based IPv6 or any kinds of IPv6-based network, we move on to the quantum network. Now the challenges, perspective from the Nepal. So it is seen that we have basically four dimensions of the network implementation deployment challenges. One is definitely service provider side. We need to have telcos and ISPs infrastructure, which we need to move on to the such kinds of latest generation networking, which has basically HR development and then energy crisis, higher OPEX and operational cost. Similarly, from the policy and regulatory perspective also, the government or the concerns organizations should take the initiatives towards the timely transformation of the current network into the so-called future or next generation networking also. Then for the Nepal context, geography is also a major challenging because of its demography and then coverage, territorial distributions also. Then from the customer perspective, we see that sometimes we feel the deployment is a bigger challenge because of the community's hurdle like intentional obstructions, literacy and lack of the technology awareness and many kinds. So for the Nepal, based on our ongoing research and studies and current status, we see that we need to have a advancement in latest generation intelligent network. We need to move on. We have 2 steps. Then definitely we need to have a policy deployment support for the government or other regulatory bodies. And then we have to develop migration strategy guidance, not only focusing on the IPv6. We have to think on as a whole, what would be the next generation network, what is the government's step or telecom operators, ISPs or service providers steps or communities steps we have to think. Then definitely to move on to the next generation network, we have to assess our existing national infrastructures, communication infrastructures, the support for the digital national level digital transformations. And we know that we talk about any kinds of network or communication infrastructure, definitely we cannot avoid security. That is the major thing. So I just want to share the few slides about the academic practices, what we are doing. So particularly for the transformation of the next generation networking, as a university faculty, we have some initiative of receiving the funds from the university grants commissions. We already run major 3 research grants and perform the researches. Now currently we are running the National Priority Area Resource grants obtained from the TU Resource Directorate. And then its objective is particularly to transform our current network into the future generation network, particular to quantum and then fifth generation enabled quantum network. So these are the topical resource topics we are carrying out, particularly how to transform and then how to achieve, how to deal with the security part also with respect to once we moving on to the next generation network. This is the one of the examples, is a practical, this is not a real deployment. We did it as an emulation deployment in our university resource as a software-defined IPv6 network, because SDN is popularly deployed in the data center network, but for the ISPs and telcos network, the implementation of SDN is still in the early stage. So the ONUS is one of the SDN enabled the controller based distributed operating system, and SDN IP is the applications. Using those tools, we just prepare the scenario and see the possibility of integrating SDN based IPv6 network and its routing within that SDN enabled networking infrastructure. Particularly, it deals with like multi-controller placement, multi-domain routing, and then IPv6 enabled routing within the software defined network. So then what about the deployment of other network we just talked right now? So IBN deployment is in the early stage. It is not yet deployed in as a standalone network, but somehow we can see in the table here, there were already some of the attempts of implementing IBN in the telecom and other infrastructure networks. Similarly, name data network has not yet been deployed as a global scale. So we can see some of the attempt that is implemented as a NDN deployment, but commercial ISP level it has not yet been deployed. Then for the quantum, we see many resource projects and some form of real deployment cases in the city network with respect to quantum network implementation, particularly focusing on the quantum key distribution protocols. Like you can see the China, one of the leading, then Europe, Euro QCI project, they have one. United States is a DARPA network. Germany, real telecom based quantum network. Canada is a quantum testbed network they established. And Japan, Switzerland, Australia, they implemented with the early QKD networks also. So this is just a summary how QKD, a quantum network base is worldwide. They are doing the resource and some form of deployment. So one of the attempts we also tried from the university side in the Nepal, myself and my research group also trying to have a test bed implementations for taking the case of Kathmandu city network, but because of the limitations of particularly for the quantum network, this is a very difficult for us to have a physical lab. So it is based on the simulation based lab based experimentations. We create the scenario. We try to embed, like we try to create the software-defined network, and then the quantum communications with as a hybrid network, and then some experimentation. These are some of the preliminary activities we took as a Kathmandu city existing BTS, and then let's try to see what if to move on to the quantum repeater router network. So these are I just want to skip this because this is simply a scenario glimpse of I want to show that 2-node quantum communications, 3-node with the controller as a network manager, and then 5-node, up to 5-node we tested it. These are just preliminary activities with respect to quantum network deployment viability is a part of the research outcome. So now almost at the end I came here. Whatever kind of networking and other technology we talk about, if we move on to, if we think for the next network or next technology, always security is the major concerns. We cannot avoid it, and we have to have a side-by-side resource on the security implementation part. So for our case, there are major stakeholders with respect to concerning of the national level infrastructure transformations, association with the security implementations. Some of the policies are already there, but again, there are many policies and acts that the government of Nepal is trying to build upon. So I want to conclude with this. Now we have to adapt to our existing network infrastructure into emerging network. That is, we have to survive, because developed countries have a sufficient cost for their deployment, but for the country like Nepal, we have to survive. We have to anyhow move on to it. For the service provider, we know that Nepalese service provider has a bigger contribution in the IPv6 network deployment, so that in the futures, like software-defined network, fifth generations, or IBN quantum, what we talk about, the service provider will have a major role too to support the government also for the necessary support we talk about. We still lack major policy and then roadmap to implement, to transform, or to migrate, or to transition to those listed next generation networking. Somehow there were some of the studies happen, some of the policy or draft level we already have and moving on. So we need to have the thing is bridging from academic research to deployment. Like we do research in the university level and keep as it is. That means the research part move on to the real deployment is a major concern also. We have to fulfill the industry academia gap. Then network and cybersecurity, we know that is a major concern. Whenever you talk about any kinds of networking technologies in this or in the future of this world. Thank you very much. So if you have any concerns, just okay. I think there is no concerns. Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just want to talk about the quantum network. I mean, have you already get any test bed run within Nepal, the quantum QPC implementation?
Oh, thank you very much. We don't have. We have used the IBM quantum laboratories, some of the resources from the IBM quantum lab. But in the university or in the Nepalese context, we don't have any kinds of the resourceful environment for quantum experimentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Because then if you're interested, I can include, because we are setting up also a kind of working group in the APAN. I don't know whether you're familiar with APAN.
Yeah.
Asia Pacific Advanced.
Yeah, I know it.
So we are establishing new working group that called Quantum Technologies. I think if you're interested, then we or any of your colleagues, then we can include you in a part of the thing.
Thank you very much. This is definitely we want to find that.
Then so that we want to extend it to all the Asia Pacific countries together with IPv6 Council as well, because we want to talk about IPv6 with quantum.
Right.
So some of my students are already working on integrating IPv6. Quantum into IPv6 cryptography, so that we have access level and also on the application level. So there's a lot of work. We can work together on this.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will, yes.
Okay.
So I think that's all. Thank you very much.
May I request Dr. Satya N. Gupta, Chair of Bharat IPv6 Forum, Secretary of the IT APT Foundation of India, to give the token of appreciation to Dr. Baburam Dawati. Moving on to our next session. Unfortunately, Dr. Will, our vice chair, couldn't join us online because he has some internet issues. So on his behalf, I would request Prof. Suresh to share the IPv6 deployment perspectives. Prof.
Thank you, Ali. So Dr. Will could not make it today, and he couldn't be here both physically, he couldn't do the presentation online either. So I'll do his presentation for him, and due to time constraints, it'll be a very short, fast presentation. So we're mainly looking at what is happening within the telco industry right now. And if you look at telco AI services globally, it's moving from 19 billion in the year 2025. It's expected to hit 112 billion by 2030. So you see the growth is quite phenomenal. And if you look at this, AI is fed by data. When I say data, it means network data. So right now they're looking at 18% of conventional traffic is actually AI related. We expect between 25 to 30, 31% of it is going to be towards the new AI. New AI traffic, this 100% is basically based on what's focused only on the AI part of it. Is your existing IP transport network ready to cater to such a sudden increase in AI workload demands? So this was a survey that was done for the readiness of AI in the, the readiness of networks in the AI era. And if you look at it, only 26% are really fully ready to be able to handle that kind of traffic increase. Right? And these were some of the other answers basically by the people that were interviewed. So the ITU IMT 2020 networks and beyond, Net 5.5G, starts release process. It started new technical reports and standards. So under this, certain countries have now got together to actually do experimentation on high-speed networks. 3 use cases that they are looking at is medical data, autonomous driving, and radio telescope. So these are the 3 sample cases that they are currently working on, right? And what are they looking at in the sense of network dimensions is ultra-high bandwidth, elastic and flexible bandwidth, and the ultimate experience. Basically, experience without any lag, any packet dropping. So real time. You know, to the human brain, it should be real time. WBBA is an organization with about 160 members. And they released the Net 5.5G revision 2, introducing AI in all network domains. So they have some nice AI designs that they have put out there, networks to support AI designs. So you could actually go ahead, go to their website and be able to draw it down. And NIDA, which works with WBBA, works with us also, the APAC IPv6 Council, in promoting next generation networks. Basically, we look at different designs, all the way from hospitals, next generation hospitals, next generation campuses, next generation smart cities, and so on. So you have network designs in there that if you are going to do it from scratch, it's a good place to go and take a look at different designs that are out there. And not only that, now we are looking at cybersecurity as well within NIDA. All of you have mentioned the importance and the needs for cybersecurity. Research areas of NIDA's current working groups are computing, intelligence, data, and airspace. So the cybersecurity comes under, ultra broadband, IPv6 plus protocols, new intelligent networks, and new security mechanisms. We've looked at deployment in over 150 plus projects worldwide. Some of the projects nearer to home include those that are being done by Indosat and Excelmart. Those are both in Indonesia right now. In China, basically Shenzhen, they released the high-speed broadband Pioneer City Action Plan. So they have now put one of the designs in place, and they're actually running it. How successful the results, I think, are still being reviewed, but it looks pretty good. I mean, the last time I was there, the smart city project seems to be working quite well. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is gradually shifting from a 10 gig society to the regional AI hub vision. So the Saudi government has spent a lot of money developing a new intelligent network city project, and they're moving towards very high-speed infrastructure to support the needs of this particular project. The details of the project, I think you can go out into the internet and look at the details of the project, but it's a pretty large project. I know they're planning or have invested about $100 billion into this project. The other parts of it, okay, so one of the things you do is you can do 5G, 5.5G on the backbone. So this, and if you really want to push it, you can push it into 10 gig. And then for the campus side, you really look at 400 gig to 800 gig. This is the metropolitan area side. And then finally to reach to the end users, there is new Wi-Fi 7 standards that are out. So the new Wi-Fi 7 standards actually allow pretty good bandwidth to the end connector, end connectivity. If those who still preferred wired, that's still there. The wired part hasn't left. But this is for those who want to go wireless. Efforts are being made by the APAC IPv6 Council in terms of how do we help people with this. So we've written certain documentations, we have gone through, we have done the referencing, we took a look at it and basically did a study on how it could best be implemented in certain particular sectors. One of it is basically AI, how it can be implemented for AI. And we also put up the innovation competition. So the winners were announced in September 2025 during the September meeting. Other efforts that are being made by the APAC IPv6 Council in this particular area includes sending SRv6 as a standard-driven architecture. So we've have to absorb. In Malaysia, we have a standards body, but all standards globally are not standards within Malaysia. If a particular global standard needs to be adopted as a standard within Malaysia and to be enforced in Malaysia, it has to be taken in through a working group called MTSFB, the Malaysian Technology Standards Forum Berhad. So you have to take it in, present it as a standard there again, and then show how it could benefit within the Malaysian implementation and the Malaysian experience. So once that is accepted, only then will it be accepted as a standard. Because once it's accepted as a standard, technically it's applied as a rule. For example, when we did the IPv6 equipment standards, so we had to say what would certify a particular device to say that it is IPv6 ready. So we did this standard, and when they adopted it, then automatically customs looks at every single device that comes, communication device that comes into this country, it must follow those standards. So it's not a trivial matter. While it sounds, oh yeah, you just take it and then take it and adopt it. It's not that trivial. So when you take it and you push it for adoption, it affects the whole country. So if you do something not correctly, then it can affect the whole country. Capacity building in terms of IPv6, Net 5.5G, IPv6 and SRv6, we've always been doing this, right? So in a lot of our trainings, we focus on SRv6, IPv6, and where Net 5.5G is implemented, then we will go ahead and discuss the implementation ways with them. And here we have a lot of training, basically in SRv6 and IPv6. And that's it. So if there are any questions, I'll be glad to take the questions. Okay, no questions, Oli? Okay. Thank you very much.
We now invite Mr. Ramakrishna Pariyar, Vice President at Subisu Limited, also the founding VP of NP-NOG, and is an active contributor to Nepal's technical and networking community. And additionally, he has also been closely working with us in coordinating this event, and we truly appreciate your effort, Ram. Ram.
Namaste and very good afternoon, everyone. I think like everyone is like staying or listening from last couple of hours. I don't want to like spend a lot of time over here. In my presentation, I think most of the part is already covered, right? So that it will be very easy for me to like show the slide. Okay. Today, I'm going to talk about the bridging policy, infrastructure and security of our sovereign digital roadmap for Nepal. Okay. In this discussion, I am going to discuss about the global IPv6 status, where we are today, APAC and South Asia status, regional progress and Nepal's position as well. Right. We'll also discuss Nepal internet landscape. Slightly we'll discuss on that. Another is just definitely the IPv6 journey with Subisu. We'll also discuss that things. Okay, and internet infrastructure gap, government entity, ISPs, telcos, what is missing, right? Likewise, we'll discuss policy and regulatory roadmap, what government should to do supports full deployment, and the last call of actions. Sovereign source native IPv6 Nepal by, it's like a tentative date 2028. It might be like a too aggressive, right? Right. What I'm saying is this is not impossible, that is possible, right? Okay, if you see the global IPv6 status, okay, I think Nepal is the 9th rank, right? Who have already like a more than 50% IPv6 adoption in the country, right? That is the like a global ranking, right? We can see like almost like a 48%, 43 to 48%. That is up and down. The adoption rate is up and down. Why it is happening in the global region? Because of the like, I think the previously also mentioned some of the last mile device. CP device have different behave, so that like the subscriber, the customers, the IPv6 adoption is up and down, right? That is one of the reasons. And another is why IPv6 is inevitables. Yes, definitely the IPv4 address is completely exhaust. That was already declared by the some of the RIR. I think that was in the 2011 as well, right? Still, both IPv4 and IPv6 work together, right? And to like resolve the problem of IPv4, short-term solution also comes. That is called NAT and other things, private address, public address. It's going on, right? Now, the internet population is drastically increased day by day. It's almost like more than 73% people are connected in the global internet. 32-bit IPv4 address cannot resolve, cannot give that much of flexibility. That's why the permanent solution is IPv6, right? The reason we move IPv6, that is a permanent solution, but the transition, there are so many other transition technology also exist. We are doing with that transition technology. The last outcome will be the native IPv6, right? New ISP cannot obtain public IPv4. Yes, that is true, right? It is easy to adopt IPv6 for new operators, but for the old organizations, it is very difficult to completely move to the IPv6. They have to maintain different strategy, different hurdles as well, right? This is the worldwide IPv6 status by country. We can see Nepal also here as I think the 13th position, right? We can see that different like categorizations, classification for the IPv6 called diamond, gold, and the silver country, right? The target is like the country who adapt or use IPv6 more than 70% is called diamond. There are 5 countries as of now. The gold between 50 to 69%, right? Nepal also is the gold, right? Which already crossed like approximately 60% of total traffic in IPv6. That traffic is contributing from ISP and the operators only, right? The silver country as well, which is adopted 30 to 49%. Okay. IPv6 tier framework and conform global statistics, 57%. South Asia, Western Europe, 63%. IPv6 deployment, Northern America, 50%. Global average is almost 43% IPv6 deployment. Diamond, gold, and the silver. We can also see the different country. Nepal is also in the gold, right? 5 nations diamond, 19 nations gold, and the 15 nations silver, right? How can the Nepal can move from gold to diamond? That is the major concern, right? How the private operators can help to uplift from 60% to 70 or in the diamond category. If you see the APAC and South Asian statistics, Nepal, in the Asia Pacific, Nepal is the 6th position. Okay, it is 6 positions. You can see the number 1 in India because of Geo Reliance, right? If you see South Asian IPv6 landscape, Nepal is the 2nd position after the India, right? And some other countries, like I think a couple of years ago, when we start IPv6, at that time, Bhutan was the like a leader, right? Now we can see India is the leader, right? And the Nepal is the 2nd, I guess. That traffic is increased, I think, from 2020. Before that, right, we started IPv6 deployment journey from, I think, 2011, from Sanok, 18 from Pokhara. I would like to thank Mr. Gauravraj Upadhyay, who also helped us to like run dual stack IPv6 during that time. Actually, like during that time, the operator have to pay additional money for to configure IPv6. So consequently, the entity is one of the upstream tier 1 upstream providers, right? Gaurav's friend is working in the entity. He just write an email, guys, can you please configure IPv6 for Subishu? Because Subishu is contributing Sanok, right? And most of the Sanok peoples wants to use IPv6. And then immediately they respond, okay, fine. They configure it IPv6. Before dual stack IPv6, we also use different tunneling techniques with testing with Hurricane Electric as well. Nepal internet and IPv6 landscape, yes, definitely. This is Nepal internet populations, The total population is 29.6 millions. Internet users almost like 57% broadband penetrations, right? Mobile is very high, right? And 4 critical pillars of Nepal's digital landscapes. These are one of these connectivity, another is like consumptions and the IPv6 transition and a regulatory framework. These 4 are the like a critical pillar of Nepal's digital ecosystem. Right? If you see the strategic overviews, like it's massively dominated with the FTTS. We are more on the FTTS broadband FTTS network, right? And the yes, definitely 4G is also theirs. Local cache with the CDNs, we have almost like a 75 to 85% is also local cache traffic, right? IPv6 stats, we are the top 2 in Asia. Right? The key challenges, yes, definitely cyber security and the gateway is also challenging for us. Subisu leading the way, that means from 2011, we start IPv6 in dual stack, but unfortunately, we face a lot of hurdles while using the IPv6 in our like core backbone and the access network as well, right? So many times our customers also like isolated. We also like got a lot of like complaint from our customer as well. It's so tedious in the initial days, right? I also share some of the like challenges which we were faced during that deployment. As of now, it is no issues. That means like for the new operators, it is really easy to like deploy because we have already faced that challenges and mitigate it so that it's really easy for the new operators to like deploy IPv6. DSCP solicitations flooding issue. One of the reason is like we don't have like exactly same type of CP device used in our organization, in our Nepal context, right? We use one vendors, our others computer use different vendors. Some of will be more standards, some of device will be very old, which does not support B6, is partially supported. That was the hurdles for us, right? Once we like thoroughly communicate with the vendors and our technical team, we figure out this problem and the resolve as well. Key limitations and the challenges, yes, definitely. Dual stack is not a permanent solution. That is like some strategy to migrate from IPv4 to IPv6. That is the one of the like easiest way to deploy IPv6. There are pros and cons both as well in the dual stack. The resource consumption almost like a double, right? That is one challenges. And another advantage is after deploying the dual stack or IPv6, most of the content in IPv6, right? So that my CGNAT cost is drastically gone down. Yes, eventually it saves a lot of money for the to buy a CGNAT card, which is huge cost for the operators, right? And the some of the device who does not support IPv6 also can exist, also can communicate with the IPv6 environment using the different tools and different strategy. That is also called DNS 6.4 and NAT 6.4, right? We have to use DNS 6.4 as well for that deployment. Industry challenges, yes, obviously end users acceptance is challenging for. It doesn't matter for the end user device or the customers. It's like ISP hurdles. ISP need to provide a quality internet for them. They doesn't want to like go upgrade to the device, right? They have a old device as well, right? From the gateway, we have to like define, okay, these are the advantages, these are the like beneficial. If you deploy IPv6, we did these things. End user acceptance, cost driver, yes, definitely. IPv4 cost is extremely expensive, right? The per IP will be almost like $40 to $50. We can also buy from broker, and that is not also easy to buy IPv4 address from the broker as well. The solution, the best way is deploy IPv6. That is the best solutions to the operators, right? Network readiness. Older equipment, equipment not IPv6 capable. That means we need to replace older device, right? Billing and software and IPv6 also need to support additional license costs, especially telcos mobile. CGNet as costly, workarounds instead of migrating. And another part is skill. Skill manpower is also another challenges, right? Fortunately for Nepal, it is we did a lot of workshop with the technical community from NPNOG, NPIX, NRN, APNIC, and different local and international technical community, so that ISP telcos are pretty much capable in terms of skill, right? Now, the major concern is from the enterprise side. We are pretty much okay in the ISP and telco side. We need to constant these things, right? So that we can move from gold to platinum status very soon, right? But instant or continuous train to the staff is required, and IPv6 is not only the technical problem. The management also need to to support to adapt IPv6 from the enterprise perspective. Enterprise customers saying, okay, my network is not a traditional network. This is a fixed connected from this branch and this from MPLS network or private network, right? These days, SD-WAN is also come. Broadband internet, they can connect their core banking system from anywhere, any place, anytime. Where we need to maintain security, stability, that is major challenging, right? IPv4 cannot provide that level of security. If you use IPv6, definitely can provide that type of a security as well. Our business case, IPv4 cost crisis, okay, ecosystem readiness, explosive growth. Yes, definitely Asia also trip over 50% IPv6 adoptions. What is the future's development roadmap for the country? I've highlighted some points. Yes, awareness campaign is also required. Still, people are saying, okay, IPv6 is only for small things. It's not, that is the job of ISP or telcos, right? That is our concept. Yes, definitely, the primary job is ISP and telcos. Apart from that, enterprise customer also need to know about this IPv6 and its consequences as well, because so many enterprise customers already have their AS number and the IPv4 address as well, and their network expansions, their visibility are also extending. That's why awareness campaigning will should be there, training for the staff, industry collaborations, academia, industry collaboration also is required. Policy development. Policy also help to boost IPv6. We need to give a good policy for the those who buy IPv6 capable devices, can give some incentive for those organizations, right? Monitoring and optimization. One of the key component is monitoring and optimizations is required, and implementations. Yes, accelerating IPv6 deployment across all network operators nationwide. Training program, global partnership, and policy initiative. These are some initiatives which we need to take care on this one. Okay, the takeaway: bridging policy, infrastructure, and security, a sovereign digital roadmap for Nepal is Nepal is already in the goal. We need to move to the platinum, right? And government action is the bottleneck. That means what I'm saying is most of the private operators, ISP, telcos are pretty much okay in the IPv6 adoption, right? From government and the enterprise also need to discuss, need to go with the IPv6. Technical challenges as solvable. Technical challenge is not a big challenge for everyone, which can be easily resolved, right? And security is not negotiables. We cannot we have to maintain a security, both IPv4 and the IPv6. IPv4 costs make delay expensive, delay and expensive. And another is like a tentative date, 2028. It might be 2030 or it might be 2031, right? Can be a native IPv6 Nepal is achievable from the ISP and the telcos prospect. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Ram, for a very exhaustive presentation and very good picture of the Nepal, and we wish you reach the platinum soon. But this one thing is very ambitious, this 2028 deadline, what we call a sunset clause for native IPv6 and switching of V4. It's very good, and normally you have been mentioning industry operators are ready, the NTA is also supporting, government is not supporting. So according to me, it should be other way around. Actually, government normally wants to support industry if it is good for the nation, and as everyone knows, it is very good. So that is one question is, what is the issue with the government? I mean, why they are not supporting one thing? The second thing is, what should be done to motivate the government? Normally, government has to take care of industry also, consumer also, both. So in this case, both looks to be willing. But what should be done actually? And can you also tell what can be the reason of government not supporting it? Because I have not seen any country of the world where government is not supporting. Maximum places operators are not ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these very valid questions as well, right? I am not saying government is not supporting. Government is really supporting for us. That's why Nepal Telecommunication Authority also have the IPv6 bylaws and already floated, and closely working with the operators in Nepal, right? And they also working to plan to roadmap and try to identify what is the gap. My only concern is here is from the government prospect to update IPv6 in the government networks. I'm not saying to helping to the private operators or others. I'm just raising the concern to the adoption date from the government perspective as well.
Okay, like the public sector. So,
Yes.
so what is the ratio, total, how much percentage is the government operator subscriber? Roughly,
I think a governments, I think telcos already adopted. They already started. We have 2 telcos, right? They have already very good positions to adopt IPv6. They have already start native IPv6 as well, right? And some of the government
Okay,
ISP.
you mean government departments
Yes,
are not?
government department is not. Government department is only IPv4.
Government as a user,
Yeah.
so normally they should lead by example, but
Yes.
here it is other way around.
Yes.
Okay,
And now we have a multiple level of discussion with the government people as well. They are pretty much okay to adapt and go with IPv6.
Now I think with the new government, this will fly.
Yes. Yes.
IPv6 will
Definitely,
fly.
yeah.
That is my hope.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Dr. Satya and Gupta, I invite you again to give the token of appreciation to Ram. Moving on, now we will have a short tea break. We'll come back at 3:30. Thank you. Dear guests and participants, could you please join us inside and take your seats so we can resume our session? Good evening to everyone. Now we move on to our next session. We now have Mr. Krishna Basudevan, Head of Global Enterprise Architecture at Lightstorm. He has 36 years of telecom experience and he has worked at AT&T, Telstra, Bharti Airtel, Aircel, Excel, Axiata, Indian Railways. He is here with us to share the IPv6 journey at Lightstorm Telecom.
Namaste and good afternoon. I hope now you are refreshed now. So I'm going to tell you the Lightstorm journey and what we have done in India and globe and why the tagline has improved. We were following the cloud initially. That's what hyperscalers we say, Google, Microsoft. Now there is a new elephant called AI, and by design we are as a competitive positioning of giving the latency that you will see in my presentations, which AI workload needs today. Okay. So just to tell you what is our play, Lightstorm play is to build a platform. When we say platform, every enterprise here has their data centers, their cloud workload, everything. There is a platform play which is called the network fabric, right? This network fabric is connected already to all the data centers across India, across globe. There are almost 70 plus data centers in India and 250 plus data centers across the globe with our partners. So that fabric is there. Now you connect, you go and connect whether on layer 1 service or layer 2 service or layer 3 service as you wish, as an on-demand business needs. And that's what we are, our play is. So it is a build a fiber both for terrestrial and subsea, data center and cloud connectivity fabric. That's why we are saying network as a fabric is connect to everything, right? Across Asia, Middle East, of course India, deep expertise in digital infrastructure with software capability. When we say software capability, you will see a lot of telco gives you a cloud connectivity in 2 months. We are giving it in your hand. You go and choose your bandwidth, choose your access path between 2 data centers, wherever we are present, and or to the cloud, and connect it on the fly. For a cloud connectivity, if you have a workload in Azure to Google, we will connect you within 2 minutes. As long as you have the access to, you have your environment on these hyperscalers and workload available. So that's called API integration, which I think every enterprise understands. Without API, you can't integrate to, lot of things. And you also expose for the global ecosystem partners, right? So we do telecom technology. We sell DWDM bandwidth, which is layer 1, and IP, layer 2 and layer 3. That's where we play. And addressing the explosive demand of cloud, AI, and internet data and video services. You will see some of the customers and you will understand when the explosive need happens. There are users who on their mobile looking at Instagram, Netflix, looking at the movies. So that is explosive. As the internet grows, the data center interconnection becomes very, very complex and very, very speed intensive, latency intensive, with less of a jitter and less of a packet loss. So what is our platform? Builds on fiber infrastructure, builds especially for high video and data use environment adjacent to existing telco environment, solving the industry white space. So we got this white space after a lot of research during 2017-18, and we are a youngest kid on the block. Youngest kid on the block means we are only 6-year-old company, okay? So we have tried to understand what we did is we are all from the telco background. If the founder you will see, we are all from telco background. So we changed the paradigm shift, how the telco we are building the network. And we found out that white space. Legacy ICT network were not built for cloud era. When you have to connect to AWS, what you were doing? You were doing IPsec and on the internet, public internet. We changed that concept. You have your own now private WAN getting into cloud. So that was the change that we brought into, and programmability. That legacy network were not built for that. Enterprise applications were demanding higher capacity, higher availability, and latency, because user experience of your application will depend on how much traffic you can get during the busy hours, during the lean hours, and what are the response rate to your application. So we were trying to understand enterprise, and then we saw that network by design itself was having a problem of existing telco. So that is called hyperscale. Why we are saying hyperscale? I think everybody understands hyperscalers. They are Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Oracle, IBM of the world, right? They have created infrastructure. Once you get there, you can go global anywhere, right? That is the way it is. Only thing is you have to pay higher fee for going on their network to a global level, to their infrastructure. Then cloud proliferation was globally. You know, when we started in 2019, during the COVID time, and 2020, there was one thing that came into our favor was work from home. You know, COVID gave us a favorable time for working from home, you know, which means you needed a higher capacity for your application who are sitting in data center, right? Hybrid multi-cloud. Enterprise always have their own personal data center, then they moved into multi-tenant data center, larger data center, and then they have their workload sitting in one data center, sitting in cloud, sitting everywhere, because they wanted to, you know, the economics they wanted to contain, the cost economics, and also the delivery to the business. So we saw that application availability and performance against network availability was a challenge, and the existing telco were not able to match that. And then software. I told you fabric is there. How do you define your network? Define your network like you are defining your infrastructure as a service or software as a service you are taking. Define your network. So software defined feature, which is called network as a service. We are knowing till date that SD-WAN is a service which is called NAS, which is from the OEM domain, but we define that you can purchase bandwidth between your two data centers, between data center to cloud, as on demand. That's what the definition of NAS we gave. Okay? So these were the three things that were, you know, designed. We enable the design and consumption in that way. So successful business built out of India. Now I will tell you a small story. You know, come to 2020, 2019, we were basically trying to think of what is our white space. We found the white space, and we didn't have 1 inch of fiber. I'm telling you. Just I told a few of the guests. We went to Meta. Meta, you know, Facebook. We went to AWS, and we presented the case, right? And we saw, after multiple meetings, they accepted our proposal. They gave us a purchase order before we got our network. Okay? So that's why we are the new kid on the hook. We are tangential thinkers. We know telecom. And we built the network with a partnership of, I-Square partner, capital partner, which is a Florida-based PE, private equity fund, who funded us for network build-out. Now, another surprising fact is, though a lot of people has tried utilizing OPGW, which is a transmission network by local providers or in the past, but we build our 90% infrastructure, NLD infrastructure on OPGW, which is a transmission network. So in 2000 we started, we got the license, and we had 5,000 kilometers we built. During COVID we built, you know. First customer in 2000, that was, I told you, the Meta. They have given the, you know, and they are still our best customer. Of course, 2021 we have 50,000 kilometers of fiber and 45 data centers connected, 12 customers. They are all big customers. You can think of top 50 world's 500, top 500 customers, they are there. Then 2020, we have 20,000 kilometers of fiber, 55 data centers are on our fabric. Okay? 2023, India, first NAS platform we created for on-demand consumption for layer 1 circuit. Nobody is giving you in the world layer 1 on-demand. We are giving, and we are the pioneer in that layer 1 service provisioning. We are using robotics arm for provisioning the ports, and moving the SFP from one to other location, other slot when we provision it. So that's one of the things we did. And this platform is live. You can go and look at polarin.lightstorm.net. Then in 2024-25, we did acquire a network which is sea cable, which is RTI subsea, spanning Japan, Guam, Australia, and Los Angeles, Huawei. So we acquired that, and that is our new acquisition and that gives us the flexibility for global bandwidth for your needs to, going outside India, outside anywhere in the world, connecting your infrastructure or platforms or applications. And then today we are 30,000 kilometers of fibers and 21,000 of sea cable that we have, which we own. This is the global reach. So you can see that from Los Angeles, you have, Honolulu, and then Guam, and then we have Australia, Sydney, Brisbane, going to Tokyo also from Guam. Then dotted line, you see that we have taken from third-party partners like Bifrost, Mist, all Tata. Then we have Indonesia, Singapore, and then India, going up to Marseille, which is Europe. This is where we are providing the services. What is the capacity we have deployed? 1500 TPPS, which is around 1.5 petabytes per second. Okay, 30,000 kilometer terrestrial fibers, 125 plus data centers, and 76 subsea DC, 21,000 kilometers of subsea fibers, 7 countries on net. 7 countries are on net out of 14 countries. And 30% lower latency than anybody can provide you today. So, what was our approach? Just follow the cloud, Now, when we say follow the cloud, what does it mean? The hyperscalers are going anywhere. They are going on creating the new regions always. Like Southeast Asia, 1A, 1B, and all those things, they keep on creating, so we follow them. Wherever they go, we go. Our fiber goes with them, right? So that's what is called follow the gun. So creating the cloud, we help them in creating the cloud infrastructure for consumption by enterprise. And it is built upon ultra reliability, scalability, high speed, and transparency. Who are the customers? You can see that. We build the cloud network infrastructure for them. Meta, Apple, Netflix, AWS, Google, Microsoft. We have not put Microsoft. Microsoft is our largest customer also now. Enable enterprise for the cloud. That's where we are saying you do a self-service. So wherever our network are, you go and do a self-service on demand in real time and pay as you go. Nobody gives you pay as you go in enterprise domain. What it means is you are tied to a contract. Giving you some of the example of one of the CRM customer who is the largest in India, they are on our cloud. They have taken a base bandwidth, and then whenever they require more bandwidth, they go and demand for suppose 1 hour, 2 hour, minimum is one hour, and then they go for, then they downgrade that bandwidth, which is small, right? And they go to the base bandwidth. This is what is called pay as you go, right? It is something like, you do on IaaS, infrastructure, when you go for server on AWS or Google, you do on demand, or 1 year reservation, 3 year reservation, right? Similarly, network is also based on that, right? We have a plan on layer 2 and layer 3 where you can go and choose to have minimum 1 month duration. Only thing is there is a premium that you have to pay because you are not, you are on a plan, pay-as-you-go plan, right? Anyway, every cloud does that. So we have followed those billing principles, but these networks are meant for enterprise where they want to scale the demands. Like, you know, one of the example I can say is Flipkart. Suppose they want during the festival, Diwali, they want to scale it to, you know, from 1 Gbps to 2 Gbps. They can just take the 2 Gbps bandwidth on layer 2 and their demands are met, right, during the festival season. They go back to, after the demand goes down, they will go back. So this is called enabling the enterprise customers, right? So how we are disrupting the, you know, traditional telco architecture. Now you can see, so long haul NLD networks are built on OPGW, right? And then we have metro, which is built on any to any. When I say any to any, it is a complete mesh network. Unlike you see on the right side, you have a metro network like a ring. So it is a any to any network built so that your, you know, that's why your reliability, availability, we are able to give it to 99.99%, right? And on NLD link, you can see that because it is on overhead, most of the time on transmission lines, it is giving higher, no fiber cut almost on those legs. That gives you the flexibility. You know, whatever we have deployed in Nepal also comes on OPGW. Okay. So that is challenge we have done. 100% uptime, 0 flaps, and low latency, secure and scalable. This is the most interesting part for, you know, how we are connecting the digital ecosystem. We have 70 plus data center in India, and we are pairing with internet exchange. These are some of the internet exchange. We have Fastly, Google, Netflix, Akamai, AWS, Google CDNs, Microsoft, Facebook, Times Internet, Quantile, and many more is coming as we go. So this is where the play of internet comes. We take your traffic and transit to these, you know, very seamlessly in a very reliable way. So these are the pairing agreement. Cloud connection, we are connected to cloud on-ramps. On-ramps means at their network location. Azure, Oracle, Alibaba Cloud, IBM, and then Google and AWS, right? So these are public cloud connections. So you can reach there from anywhere to anywhere, right? So self-provisioning network is what we are giving. Self-provisioning network, you can go and you know, provision your network. These are the city landscape for all the India network. You can see from here where all we are present, right? Gift City is a new addition here. Lucknow is also a new addition, but these are the things. And cable landing, if you see the cable landing station, we are connected at Tata LVSV Mumbai, STT Sivanand Salai Chennai, Tata BKC Mumbai, Nextras, you know, Southam, Chennai, and then we are creating new CLS. We are connecting new CLS at these locations: Sudisari, Dighi, Kolkata, Warsaw, Mundra, Gujarat. So these are the new CLS location coming on. Who are our customers? You can see the who and who of the industry are our customers. They quickly realized what we were doing and they saw the potential in us. Just in 6 years, these are the customers. All banks are almost our customers, right? HDFC, the testimonial you can see, PhonePe, which is the largest UPI payment interface, who is holding the 50% market share. So they are our customers. And if the latency, the increase in latency there means increase in transactions. And if even for 1 minute network is down, that's what their CTO said. For 1 minute means I have lost the complete revenue for the day. So you can see 99.99 when we command, then this is what the PhonePe CTO said to us. You know, the testimonials are there. HDFC Bank, this is the 6th largest bank, private bank of the world, and in India it is the largest private bank. Infosys is the biggest SI, and we have helped them, and now they are seeing the value coming out in SD-WAN, NAS platform, how they are increasing their infrastructure and solving their client's problem. So it is not only our client is solving their client problem. That's the beauty. How we are connecting Nepal. Okay. This is something that would be interested to you. So from Delhi, Calcutta, there is a loop, you know, Panki and Chandauti, then Darbhanga, and I think these names are known to the people here. And we are dropping at Sonauli and Raxaul, right? So this is full redundant path, right? Lightstrom built best-in-class NLD to connect India to Nepal on a high-grade OPGW fiber. So it is all on OPGW fiber. So cut is not there most of the time. 90% network builds over OPGW. Lightstrom serves majority of Nepal internet traffic on this route. And Nepal traffic is seamless routed to rest of the world through its two of the international gateway, which is Mumbai and Chennai, right? And network connecting Nepal is built for C+L bandwidth, which was the DWDM most recent technology at the layer 1, with EOL, end of life design of capacity of 30 Tbps. 30 Tbps, I think that is what we have opened up for Nepal. Whenever the bandwidth needs increase, we will be able to do and cater to the long-term capacity requirement. So that's what we are doing for Nepal. Service availability is 99.9%, highest one in its sector. So these are the highlights. Now if you ask me what we are doing in IPv6, we are already IPv6 compliant, 3-year-old guy. Why should I go for IPv4? Yeah, we are making dual stack because we need them for interconnect. Once you guys are all on IPv6, we are there. Nothing to do it. Resolve the address. Either you give me IPv6 or you give me IPv4, it will go. We have to keep because of our customers, right? So that's what we are saying, and we have implemented with Nokia SRv6. That's the implementation, right? So when I found that this conference is for IPv6, I said that what we need to know is some of the learnings, and some of the Nokia research lab always keeps on updating the things, right? And these, I don't go through and read the things, but these are 7750 SR platform which implements, okay? So in nutshell, Lightstrom in numbers, 1.5 petabytes, 92% utility infrastructure, 30% lower latency compared to traditional routes, 121 customers, 120 plus customers we have now in 6 years. 14 country, 7 country on net, 7 country off net. So that's what we are. And with this, I think look forward for your digital infrastructure partner. So I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. A great presentation again. But I have questions like from India perspective, of course, you have 30,000 route kilometer of fiber. and mainly on the major cities. Now in India, we are going for data center to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities for the government requirement. So can you serve a data center in those cities also?
Yes, sir, sure. It will, yeah, we are collaborating with some of the Indian government organization, and we will definitely look at wherever there is a viability of us getting the traffic. Yeah, traffic is more important because we are on a middle leg player in DC to DC and DC to cloud. And particularly when we are, you see, we are saying it is an AI ready network. It doesn't mean that AI requires different, you know, there is nothing like protection path and, you know, worker path. Both are worker path. That's first thing. Latency has to be really controlled on both the path. Those are few of the basic building blocks for AI to work. Otherwise, neither your training model will work because it will give lot of jitters and packet loss, which means your training model will keep on trying getting the data. And the other is inference engine. Both the places, latency is something that needs to be there at a par with all the paths, active paths. That we are trying to build it, and we are in formation phase. So any new data center that we believe that requires AI and all those things, as per Indian government, we are open to, you know, connect.
Okay, and my other question is about this tiered data center, like tier 4 is the highest. Morning also there was a discussion. So can you meet the connectivity requirement of tier 4 data centers also?
Yeah. That's what we are doing with some of the, while we are enabling the AI fabric, our own network fabric to AI fabric, we are trying to see how can we build with the data center infrastructure and networking players to basically match the expectation on the network fabric.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Wonderful work by Lightstorm. So far, been following some of your journey for a while. I saw SRv6 is implemented through your Nokia SR platforms. Some of them were tested in our lab as well. My question is, before implementing SRv6 and after implementing SRv6, were you able to identify some clear benefits of implementing SRv6 in your day-to-day operations? Were they useful in simplifying network operations, reduction of complexity and costs, and reduction of latency and high efficient utilization of bandwidth? So the key benefits of SRv6 that are there on paper, since you are implementing it in practice, how much more benefit did you achieve by implementing SRv6 in your day-to-day operations?
Jalaj, would you like to answer that question?
The network is basically for transporting the traffic of our customers. So the real beneficiary are the customers. So, yeah. So we transparently support both IPv4 and IPv6. It is up from day zero. So there is no sort of comparison what it was earlier than what is now.
So from day zero you've been implementing?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and not only that, it was, we gave the job of training our operation guys to Nokia.
Okay. Right. So for our internet infrastructure also, it is natively supported right from day one.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Because some kind of a before and after data would probably help other players, say the operators in Nepal and in other places,
absolutely,
just to get some of those learnings and see if this is really beneficial, then why not implement it? Because we see in many places there is some hesitancy in order to adopt to a newer technology unless there are some clear uses.
Benefits of IPv6 are anyway unquestionable.
Yes.
So it's only a matter of how fast we migrate. So just I was seeing some statistics already across the world. They say almost 50% of the traffic is IPv6. So I'm sure not very far when we have it 100% and no comparison is now required.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an amazing presentation and amazing work done by Lightstream. As you say that you go where the cloud goes, you go along with that. So I have a small query that you are going the Alibaba cloud also services. What is your experience with Alibaba services? I have a small.
If somebody in Singapore wants Alibaba cloud, then our Polarin platform is already giving them their services. Now it is up to them. We have connected to on-ramp. Now Alibaba services we are not consuming. We are only connecting our customer to Alibaba cloud, right? So if they have workload, they will connect on a local WAN, right? IP. So working with Alibaba, it's our Singapore team takes care of other things, logistics. We work on the technology. yeah.
Thank you.
So it is different. Two people working together. We are a technology part to implement it, right? Similarly, we have with Console Connect, which is Australian, right? We have an interconnect agreement, and OffNet, a lot of OffNet data center across the globe we can reach through Console Connect. Those are our on-ramp partners, and interconnect NNI we have done in Singapore, so that you can go anywhere in Australia on their network as well. So this is programmatic. We did a programming, so there is a programming interface. We expose both of the teams exposed for a traffic engineering perspective. We engineer the traffic for the customer on demand.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
May I invite Mr. Krishna Kumar Lahoti, Vice Chair of APAC IPv6 Council, to give the token of appreciation to Mr. Krishna Basudevan. We move on to our panel discussion on internet security, resilience, and the IPv6 transition. This is going to be chaired by Dr. Navanithan C. Arjuman, who is the chair of APAN IPv6 and 5G Working Group, and also the Global Coordinator for IPv6 Forum. Our panelists include Dr. Satya N. Gupta, Chair of Bharat IPv6 Forum and Secretary of ITU APT Foundation of India, Ms. Roja Kiran Basukala, Deputy Director NTA, Mr. Sudhir Parajuli, Chairman ISPAN, Mr. Bimlesh Jha, Director in Information Technology Directorate. We will also have Mr. Adesh Khatka, who will be joining later, the Joint Secretary of MOCIT. He'll be joining in a few minutes. We invite all the panelists to join on stage. Our kind request is also to introduce yourself, a brief introduction about yourself before you start the panel discussion. I will leave it to you, Dr. Nava.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think we are the last section before we leave today. I think I have a long day, all of you. So today's topic of panel discussion is talking about let's see, the internet security, resilient, and IPv6 transition. For that, we have panelists. Start with Dr. Satya N. Gupta, who's the chair of IPv6 Forum. Maybe each of the speakers, panelists can take 1-2 minutes just to share a brief, it's okay. Briefly introduce yourself while after I finish. Then followed by Mr. Bimlesh Jha. Is it? Okay, from Nepal Telecom. All right, then we have Roja Kiran Baskulaka, Deputy Director of NTA, the authority, Telecom Authority, and we're joined by Mr. Adesh Katka, Joint Secretary of AMOSIT. So I just request each of you just to introduce yourself, 1 minute, then we'll start with the session. Thank you. Quick introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Nava. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be invited to participate in this panel by IPv6 APAC Council. So as you mentioned, actually, I'm Dr. Satya N. Gupta. I'm a professor of practice in South Asian University, which is the world's only university which is owned by 8 countries, including Nepal, of course, and it is in New Delhi. I'm heading there the Quantum Computer and Technology Research Center. In addition to that, of course, I'm also chairing the India IPv6 Council as well as Blockchain for Productivity Forum, and I'm also the elected Secretary General of ITOAPT Foundation of India. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello, thank you. I am Bimlesh Jha, currently working as a director in the IT Directorate in Nepal Telecom. Since last 30 years, I have engaged in the Nepal Telecom, and especially in the IT sector, I have worked from since 2000. In that time, it was the beginning of the internet in Nepal. So we have started from the dial-up system in that time, and we have worked in the various positions of the Nepal Telecom. And from the beginning, IT sector, we have especially worked in the ISP section and internet designing, MPLS network design, ADSL network design. So we have worked in that sections, and right now the technology moves, new technology came. We have worked in the old technology, but still we have from the beginning to till date we are facing, and still we are working with the new technology. So, thank you.
Thank you, moderator of this session, for allowing us to introduce ourselves. So I am Roja Kiran Basukala, Deputy Director of Nepal Telecommunications Authority. I have been working there since past 17 years, and I'm currently in the responsibility of the technology research and development sections. And prior to my this regulatory experience, I worked in software company as well, and besides that, I had some experience in the academic institutions in Nepal as well. And apart from these institutional engagements, I am also engaged in the community works as well, especially for the, I contribute as a gender equality advocate, especially I contribute in the Girls in ICT campaigns that Nepal Telecommunications Authority has been leading, and I am also executive member of Women in Information Technology, where we are advocating for gender equality in the ICT industry. Apart from that, I'm also engaged in the cybersecurity communities as well. I'm currently engaged as an advisor to the Center for Cybersecurity Research and Innovation. Besides that, I'm also contributing as a committee member in the Cybersecurity Committee of the Federation of Computer Association of Nepal. Besides that, I'm also contributing as an advisor to the Software and Services Committee of the Federation of Computer Association of Nepal. So with this brief information, I'd like to introduce to you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Namaste. Mine is not as long as Rosa's, ma'am. So currently I'm working as a joint secretary for the Ministry of Communication and IT, looking after the IT division. I have two more hats. In addition to that, I look after the National Cybersecurity Center and newly formed National AI Center. I would like to introduce myself as a tech enthusiast and project management student. Thank you.
Hello, hello all. I'm Sudhir Parajuli, and I'm in this panel discussion as the president of ISPAN, I guess, ISP Association of Nepal. But I am also the president of the company Subishu Limited, and I'm also involved as a board of directors for the data center called Data Hub Private Limited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your short introduction. Okay, this afternoon topic is Internet security, resilience, and the IPv6 transition. So I'll go the other way around. So we are with older technology IPv4. Now we move to IPv6. And one of the reasons we moved to IPv6, obviously, which always we talk about it, is lack of IP address. That was the key thing. I mean, if somebody asks me why you moved to IPv6, no IP address. Right? While doing this, we thought IPv4 was initially a trial network and expanded globally, suddenly in changing our lifestyle. It's really changed. So moving to IPv6 has a lot of challenges. One of the challenges is in IPv4 is less secure. That's what always claim. We all claim IPv4 is less secure. So that's why in IPv6, one of the key points that we moved to IPv6, we said security has to be improved. All right? So this is the whole idea of today's discussion. As we move in, the first question that I ask, this is to set the stage. From your perspective, how has the internet threat landscape evolved in recent years? It's open, anyone can answer. Or you want, so what do you think from your perspective? I repeat, from your perspective, how has the internet landscape, threat landscape evolved in recent years? Is it lesser?
Thank you, Dr. Nava. Actually, as you know, internet has evolved in all direction. Actually, it has become what is called a ubiquitous. It is not only just
Ken.
So basically the internet over the year has become backbone of everything we do actually. That is why some people call it digital highway actually. And it is not only a digital highway, it is also having digital content. So it is not only a technology first of all, it is also providing the transmission as well as the content, and it is finally integrating the web also, like we are now talking of Web 3. In the Web 3 what happens as a internet you can say collaborator or a internet segment. So here you can not only exchange the information, not only exchange the data, but everything. And it is not only to extract the information from the web. You can create your own information also, own content also. So it has actually touching across everything, the way we live, the way we talk, the way we work actually. So that is what I will like to say.
Yeah. Okay. Why are we saying this? The perspective of internet. I just put it the other way around. Those days when the internet was introduced, everybody fancy about internet. You know, I want to be connected. If you are connected with internet, you are somebody very high position and seen. Now today everybody is connected, and as I mentioned just now, security, it's biggest concern, right? So connecting with internet, security is improved or is it detrimental?
Actually, whenever you are connected to internet, actually, the security will always be a concern. Actually, that is what is called cyber security, because internet by definition is a very open network. Open means that it uses some protocol which everyone can tap into, everyone can infringe or budge into. So from that point of view, it is always, security will always remain a concern. But luckily there are lot of way around that how to make it secured. Like from V4, when we went to V6, maybe for address space need, the other things also came along with that, and that is what, at least the belief was V6 will be more secured. But seeing the morning presentation by Dr. Prastya, so we came to know that though V6 brings some better security things, but it also creates challenges, it also creates problem. So with that it came out, yes, it creates problem because you are not end-to-end V6. So you are having dual stack. Some part of your network is V4, some part is V6. That is why it is becoming more unsecured. So if it is end-to-end V6 actually, then the security can be handled. But still, because it is cyber world and it is a open technology, security cannot be handled 100% through V6 only. And luckily for us, the other technologies have come which were also talked about. One is blockchain. I will come back on that actually, how the blockchain can make the internet more secured. And other is the main technology which can really help, and that is the quantum. As far as blockchain is concerned, it is distributed ledger technology. Morning also it was talked when Dr. Our Vinay was talking about a trusted, secured and resilient internet. So trusted, actually if you want the internet to be more secured, it has to be trusted. And for trusted, the blockchain is the technology, because blockchain is also known as Internet of Trust. Actually, it brings trust. It has various way of doing it, and one of them actually is again using encryption. Morning it was talked about authentication header, ESP, and there are different aspects of V6, but they also were found lacking on a standalone basis or on a hybrid network basis.
Okay.
But there is one parameter of this, and that is called CGA, the cryptographically generated address.
Yes.
So if you can use that functionality of blockchain through encryption, so then you can make your internet highly secure.
Okay, thank you. What about any other opinion on the other panel member on this? Yeah, Mr. Sunil.
So what I think it was like when internet started in Nepal or anywhere in the world, it was a static. It was made for the static content. So because of the bandwidth constraint, because the connectivity to the internet was through dial-up, and also it was only 56 kbps or something like that. And then after the penetration of the broadband increased, there was an explosion of content, like video contents, YouTubes and all. So it changed the whole way how people use the internet to get knowledge, which is available in it. And then in after 2010, I guess, because of the social media, internet became interactive. It was static before. And then in 2020, because of the IoTs, lots of I would say IP addresses were needed to connect to permanently connect to the internet, and then the evolvement of IPv6 along with the security came. So I think it is the evolvement of the internet in Nepal is almost same as in all other countries. Thank you.
Okay. Any other opinion on that? Is it working?
In the internet landscape, we see, so basically changes happen in terms of technology, in terms of transmission medium, and definitely security. So technology from the beginning to till date, internet nowadays is the basic requirement. Every household have the internet. Right now, internet in the pocket and always on. In that time, it was the dial on demand basis. So we access the internet on the demand basis. But right now, it's a always on position. So these are the changes we have faced. And along with the technology, definitely along with the technology, security risk always arises. Right now, we have a gigabit of connection in my house. So every house have the 100 Mbps and gigabit connections. So definitely once the bandwidth increases, security along with comes with the technology. So sir has said that IPv6 was designed, definitely that is the native support for the security. It was designed for the security, and I think IPsec is the native support in the IPv6. But right now is the transition phase we are facing. Definitely the migration, we are facing the, either we have to go the tunneling, or right now we are using the dual stack. So without complete migration, even though there is a security feature in the IPv6, but without 100% migration, we cannot avoid that. We cannot use that security. Still, we have to maintain the double the security level, and definitely we are the legacy telecom operator. So we have the legacy system that we have the basically problem in the firewall and security tools also. That and our manpower is also not trained so with the new technology in the security perspective. So security definitely comes along with the technology. Yeah.
Adding to Bimlesh sir's contribution, so talking about Nepal's internet landscape, so right now how we have been evolving with internet, I can talk about is that currently we have a mobile internet penetration of about 80%. And talking about the fixed broadband penetration, we have 60% plus internet penetration. So this is the scenario. If we talk about the current geographical terrain, where we have diverse geographical terrain, especially with the plain areas, hilly areas, and mountainous areas. When we talk about the hilly areas in Nepal, almost 99% of the geographical coverage has been covered with internet, leaving behind the forestry areas in the plain regions. So when we talk about the hilly regions, the difficult geographical terrains are difficult because the operators have reported that the internet expansion is quite challenging in those areas, and it covers around, we have around 67% of the geographical area. Compared to the plain area, it covers around 17% of the area. But when we go to the mountainous region, it covers 15% of the geographic area, but the population is low there, only 5% is there, and most of the mountainous regions are difficult to deploy with the internet. Still, how we have been going is, we have a good internet penetration in the plain areas, and we have a difficult penetration in the hilly and mountainous regions. So that's why Nepal Telecommunications Authority has been deploying the mid-hill fiber connectivity so that we can reach to every district headquarters, so that our internet service providers can provide access networks through that. So that's the backbone plan that we have been deploying in 7 provinces through the mid-hill highways. And regarding the access networks, so how we have changed the landscape is that we have deployed internet connectivity to the public health post, and especially the local ward levels internet connectivity. So that's how we have been doing. We wanted to ensure that every citizens, at least at a ward level, in a local government level, should be ensured with the internet connectivity. So these are the works that we have been contributing to make our Nepali citizens feel that they have the access to the basic internet services. And while deploying with the internet services, the security concerns have been arising. So with the increment of the cybersecurity incidents in Nepal, so during the COVID period, when the more incidents arose in the telecommunication industry, we came up with the regulation of cybersecurity through the cybersecurity bylaw. And since the law enforcement agencies have reported us that basically, especially in any sort of cases, it is difficult to trace any sort of criminals or whoever does the fraudulent activities. So for that, they have been pushing the regulators that IPv6 should be brought enforced. So that was one of the major concerns placed by our law enforcement agencies, and also the lots of features introduced by IPv6 itself, and we did not regulate it in the past, because I still remember back in 2019, before COVID, our operators based on the APNIC data, they started deploying IPv6 with IPv6 capability networks. So it was not much mature, and I consulted with the APNIC team as well at that time. Is it the right time to enforce IPv6 migration at this phase of time? And I was responded from the APNIC official that it's not the time to enforce the regulation at that point of time, when it should be left to the industry itself. It will definitely take some time to transition to adopt IPv6. So basically, they are started transitioning to the dual stack, and we will gradually improve to the IPv6 adoption with IPv6 networks only. So we left the industry, but what has been observed is that our operators are progressing towards the IPv6 adoption with dual stack mechanisms, and also the most of the equipments that have been imported by our operators, they are IPv6 friendly in the recent days. That's why there is some improvement in the IPv6 capability. But our enterprise level networks are not yet IPv6 friendly, and also the government enterprises are also not IPv6 friendly, where we need to work. So that's why now we have come to a point that there is uneven movement in the IPv6 transition. So that's why Nepal Telecommunications Authority came up with a consultation paper last year. Now this year we are going to finalize it so that we will be formulating IPv6 regulatory bylaw by this year, possibly in 2 to 3 months. Thank you.
Good. From the IPv6 center expert in Nepal.
Not really, Doctor. Thank you. I'll stick to the original question on the internet part, and I would like to be very brief because a lot of details has been given by the private operator, our telco operator, and the regulator. I'll just like to highlight that who is now getting connected to the internet, and they are my vacuum cleaners, the grandfather, and maybe a CCTV. Now, if you look at these three parts, there are the risks and the security concern on who is getting connected is quite different. So I'll just like to highlight that the policy framework on the cyber security and on the technology side has become much harder and much difficult with these things that are getting connected. So it's not the human or the user that is only getting connected. So I'll just stick to that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So generally we have agreed going from the traditional network to a data which is now internet, we are exposed to threats. And that's what we always use the word called DMZ and MZ, you know. Whenever we talk about, we have DMZ and MZ. So that's obvious. Second thing, IPv4 was not designed initially for security. It's just connectivity. You know, I just want the road. I want to connect it. But fortunate and unfortunate, it became the pipeline of all the things today. And today, internet is $1 trillion or probably, I don't know, next level industry. Right now, we are no more talking about millionaire, billionaire. We're now talking about trillionaire. And Elon Musk was the first one I just read. So it is a big, huge, because as he mentioned, it's actually connecting. So moving to IPv6, we have been promised. And when we teach in the class, probably Dr. Satya teach, going to IPv6 is more secure than IPv4. Is it true? Is it true? Yeah, please answer the question, all the panels.
Yeah, definitely IPv4 came from de facto standard. Then during the IPv6, the homework was done. And there is some concern of the authority definitely defined. Once we say the port scanning, beginning of the attack, that information gathering, that happens from the information gathering, and they start from the scanning. So IPv6 128-bit scanning definitely is not easy as like v4. So scanning and other also things is there is no broadcast address, one of the, so when we compared with the IPv4 and IPv6, definitely something, but we cannot say it's 100% secure, but security is there.
Anyone else want to address that question? Is it secure going to IPv6?
Yeah,
or IPv6 can give you the security?
Yeah, Dr. Nava, as we have discussed since morning also, it promises to be more secured. Technically, yes, theoretically it is more secured, but it is main thing lies in how you make use of its various features. Like you have AH, you have ESP, you have IPsec, there are so many features. So for that you should have expertise. How to basically make use of those security features which are inherently built in the IPv6. And other thing is you have to use the IPv6 or native basis, what they call end-to-end. Then you can have a control over the security of the network, and so many other features are there. But also it can still not be 100% safe unless you make use of more allied technologies which are more secured than IPv6 also, like I mentioned about blockchain, that is one. Other is quantum. Normally about quantum also the same thing is told actually. Everything, security means encryption basically. So that you are not decoded through without authorized people. Your signal or your message is intercepted. So for that you need encryption. And we have a very good encryption protocol, that RSA 256. It makes it very secured. But now the new computers, high power computers, quantum computers coming, they are threatening. For them, RSA 256 is nothing. But then you can learn from quantum only. There are some different type of encryption. One of them is what I was mentioning, that is called elliptical curve cryptography, ECC. ECC is equivalent to 12 times more powerful than 256. It is equivalent to RSA 3072, which even a quantum computer cannot break in months. What to talk of hours? It will take months or years if you use ECC. That is what we should use everywhere. So our encryption standard we have to use. Even when the quantum comes also, they are already working. The security people are working. They are using different and more powerful encryption, because quantum will be more powerful. So it will break your encryption if it is weak, including RSA 256. But then they are working on what is called PQC, post-quantum cryptography. Post-quantum cryptography is being worked, and it is already there now. The beauty of post-quantum cryptography is it does not need quantum computer. You can develop PQC by using the classical computer, your supercomputer, or what they call high performance computer. You can develop PQC. That PQC which you have developed for your quantum threat, quantum computer threat, you can use in the normal internet. If you have developed, if you have a technology, you don't have to wait for quantum. You can use it now. Either you use ECC or you use PQC. So that means you IPv6 or any technology alone is not enough unless you exploit the cryptography fully. Cryptography fully for using for encryption. I think that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other answers? Yes. Roja.
Yeah. Compared to the IPv4 features, so we can say IPv6 is secured when we compare with IPv4, depending on the technical features that IPv6 has introduced. But when we talk about security itself, it's a continuous process. Whatever the features has been introduced today as security may not be the standards of security in future, because it's a continuous process and it depends on how we handle it, especially in our networks, the features, how we deploy in our networks. Even if those security features are there, if we do not handle them properly, we may not feel it's safe, and the security breaches and incidents might be there. So in conclusion, I will say that when we talk about security, we may think that it is safe and secure until and unless there is some sort of challenges or any sort of incident is reported. So it's a continuous process. We should keep on moving with proper configuration of our networks, and whatever new security features are going to be improved or whatever needs improvement, it's a continuous process. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Any other answers?
I think IPv6 is inbuilt with the security, but how secure you can build the network depends on how you configure it. So it's in the hands of the configurer. So it will be as non-secure as IPv4 if you don't configure it correctly. And secondly, you don't have to do netting because you have lots of IP addresses. So it's easier. It's a deterrent for, I would say, cybercrime because it's easier to identify the fraud. Thank you.
Okay, talking about net, since he mentioned, so it always brings up to my mind. So everybody's in, when we teach, maybe we go talk to people, people say net is a security device, you know, which most of the time people say, is my network behind net, generally earlier. And somebody will say, oh, net is a security device. I say net is not a security device. Okay, it doesn't secure your network, so it's easily can be. The thing is, sorry, when IPv6, one of the features like what you mentioned, when people are wanting to go IPv6, they say, oh, this is what we teach in the class. Oh, with IPv6, we only need net. But that is the real technical, academical. But still we have net in IPv6, net 6.6. Yeah, and again, this morning, I know the summer speaker, including Ram, talking about CGNet. So, I mean, we have now a lot of IPs for us to get away from CGNet, but in future, probably you still might need CGNet with Internet of Everything. Probably, I'm not saying that. But again, so this netting part, okay? So coming back to again, now, in this particular session, we are talking about how great is IPv6, and obviously, security is fundamental. And you have the road is secure. So that is what we are looking at. And globally now, you can see investments are happening everywhere. People are saying, if I want to come and invest in your company, like this morning, one of the discussions say, let's set up data centers in Nepal, because you have very good, I mean, I just shared with some of them during the session, you have a very good infrastructure in terms of, you're talking about climate, you know, less power and all this thing. So one of the things is the security. So within the context of Nepal, just to say that, so what are the efforts are made into protect, because this is a business opportunity. You know, today, any company do not want to your country if your security, I mean, security here is not much about how to secure. If somebody makes a mistake, how do I prosecute? So the laws. So are they protected? Because today, the biggest challenge is, am I protected? Well, that's where the security comes in. So in the landscape in Nepal, so what is the effort is going on here to put you, I mean, you have opportunity to invite companies to come here, but for them to come and invest, like in Malaysia, when this happened, we thought this is the way forward. We enacted new laws. Because we are talking about CNI, critical network infrastructure, like water, electricity, everything, because everything is now connected. So there's a panel here, I mean, what's the, what do you call it, strategies that you in place in Nepal, or even in the region? I think Dr. Nasatya also can give you that feedback. Just for everyone to understand.
Okay, talking about security, so what we have put our efforts in the context of Nepal, basically for the network infrastructure, we have been implementing the cybersecurity regulation through cybersecurity bylaw, and on top of that we have national cybersecurity policy as well, which encourages that all our digital infrastructure needs to be secured. So that's the one of the thing. So what we have mandated through our cybersecurity regulation for our telecom infrastructure is that we have mandated the general cybersecurity practices in our networks, the first thing. And the next thing, we have mandated that at least vulnerability assessment penetration testing needs to be done every 3 months by our service providers. And in every 6 months, our service providers are mandated to do the internal security audits. And annually, the regulator will enlist some of the cybersecurity auditors based on some eligibility criteria, and those enlisted cybersecurity auditors are instructed to do external audit of our service providers. So this ensures that this sort of periodic BAPT testing, internal audits, and external audits of our digital infrastructure ensures that cybersecurity has been kept in top priority to ensure cybersecurity. It's a continuous process. I already mentioned that cybersecurity. Today, what we may feel secure may not be secure the next day. So it's a continuous process. We have provisioned the concept of SOC center for every operators, and the continuous capacity building and awareness training programs that needs to be deployed by our cybersecurity by our service providers, so they can have a continuous cybersecurity awareness and training programs. On top of that, Nepal Telecommunications Authority has also been formulating cybersecurity advisors to the general public as well. So in next phase, we will be developing cybersecurity advisors to the enterprise level networks as well. So these are the continuous process that we have been putting for the efforts as the cybersecurity. And we have been recommending the cybersecurity policy drafts and also the cybersecurity bills to the government of Nepal, where the Ministry of Communication and IT has been working. I hope Adis sir will add on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief on this because this is something where we have a very lengthy portfolio of what we are going to do. So just for the constraint of time on this event, you have very rightly pointed out on the favorable condition that we have for this big data center, especially with the advent of AI and need for this very huge power and cooling capabilities. Naturally, we have both of these. To support that natural favorability of the nation, what we are trying to do is we have multiple laws that this government has already put it in their 100 days of activity, and one of them is cybersecurity, which includes implicitly the critical information infrastructure protection part also. So that would be one part where we would be looking at. Second would be on the data protection and privacy part. If they are here, what would be the legal framework on the data protection and privacy? Fourth would be more on the economic front of the things, where the tax, the ease of doing business, all these hurdles that we have within the traditional acts and regulation would be eased off, so that these big data centers or the private data center can operate more smoothly from Nepal and support or provide services here and outside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Actually, I can also tell from India perspective, like there are also a lot of legal framework are there on DPDP, IT Act and cyber security policy. Their guidelines are there for mandatory VAPT, what Madam was mentioning, and also the third party cyber security audit, network audit on a periodical basis. So those are there. In addition to that, we have established what is called SATIN, Computer Emergency Response Team of India, and not only for data, it is also done for telecom. That is called T-SATIN, the telecom SATIN, where internet also comes. So there is a separate department who takes care of cyber security for the telecom network. In addition to that, we have a under Prime Minister office, there is a Secretariat of National Cyber Security Coordinator, which also brings best practices to India through different legislation as well as guidelines or standard operating process actually. So it is tried from multiple sources actually, so that you keep the network also safe and user or the citizen of the country from cyber security attack, your critical infrastructure and the business. So multiple prong strategy is there. and which is working, of course, but as I've been given to understand, it has to be an ongoing thing. I mean, everyone, even the adverse parties are also becoming more and more innovative, more and more powerful. So that is why I always mention we have to make use as a strategy, we have to make use of the latest technologies for cybersecurity and the latest concepts actually. Like encryption is just like a concept. So you can use different type of encryption as are being talked about. The main thing will be if you can master PQC, post-quantum cryptography, even before the threat comes from the quantum computers, which is 4 or 5 years away. But you can develop that and start using it in all your network. Then I think you would have made everything cyber safe.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Satya. Okay, now the most important, resilience. Today, I mean, our economy is not resilient. Everybody think about resilient. You know, one small war is not a small, big war. The whole world is gone down. So coming to internet, since we are relying on internet as our mainstream for our businesses, so as organizations are here, I mean, we have telcos, we have industries are here. What should this organization do to maintain the internet resiliency? Resiliency in terms of security, not only connectivity, I'm talking about resiliency. So what are the steps do you think they should look at it as we are moving to IPv6? You know, just we mentioned dual stack, now we are dual stack, but another 3 years, like we got 2030. I mean, in Malaysia we already mandated, now we are going IPv6 only. So I think other regions are following, other countries and some are going. So in that context, what they should do as an organization, maybe advice from the panel, what they should plan as a resiliency for the internet. You mean, when I say resiliency here means, today there's no internet, let's say I take away your phone today, would you survive? So that's what the anger, what they should do.
Let me respond first. So to maintain resiliency, what needs to be done is that we need to prioritize our critical infrastructure for security. So the security measures for protecting our critical infrastructure needs to be on priority. Besides that, the applications that we have been using needs to be secure as well. So the security measures needs to be applied in applications as well. On top of that, what needs to be done, that if any sort of cybersecurity incident is reported, that needs to be looked in detail to explore the root cause analysis. So incident response teams are required as well. Besides that, we need 24/7 cybersecurity operations centers at different levels as well. So that is also a requirement that will ensure if any sort of alarms is there, so that we can look into it. So that is also another measure. Besides that, capacity building is another important aspect. Our technical human resources needs to be continuously trained in terms of cybersecurity to make the system secure and resilient. Not only that is enough, the consumers itself, they need to be cybersecurity aware as well. Even with our efforts, even we make the efforts for making the network resilient, but if our consumers are not aware enough, their mistakes or their ignorances may lead to cybersecurity incidents as well, because lots of social engineering aspects and lots of phishing attacks, they may bring the cybersecurity incidents. So we need to do lots of steps, and we need to have sectoral certs as well, so to look into the incident response team and to properly plan how incidents can be managed. And Along with that, we require the information sharing platform as well. Not everyone has to face the challenges every time. We can learn from each other's experiences as well. Along with that, we need international collaboration with our resilient infrastructure stakeholders as well. So international collaboration will help us to do some sort of cybersecurity alliance networks as well. So the practice of having the cybersecurity motive efforts are to be made from different components in the ecosystem. So this is what I want to summarize.
Thank you. Anyone else want to contribute?
Yeah, when we call about resilient network, like I see from two different points. One is the infrastructural resiliency, and the other one is secure network so that it runs always. So regarding infrastructure, there are some choke points here in Nepal. Every telcos, including Nepal Telecom, Ncell, and with ISPs, depend on the core network of the grid, the power grid. And they are not under the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies. That's the main choke point that we are experiencing right now, because when the government wants the internet to be cheaper, to be more resilient, and the NEA, the power grid, they go and increasing the rate of the fiber 5 times or 6 times, and then there are other things that are. I think the sharing of the infrastructure without any hurdles is the key point for operational resiliency. Regarding resiliency through implementation of IPv6, I think each and every organization, including us, the service providers and the users, I think they should have a clear migration plan first, and then I think at this point of time we need a lot of training, because there are small ISPs who don't know, who don't have resources to implement IPv6, even if they have the equipment ready, because of the unavailability of good engineers at those levels. Similar is applicable to the companies that are present here. I think we need more trainings, more collaboration with the regulator, and we should be having a lot of simulation labs, so that if there is a mistake, we can always go and train ourselves. But here we were supposed to have a simulation lab, but that is under the litigation right now. So I think we need to share the infrastructure, share the knowledge, be in contact with each other, and have a safe migration plan ready and implement it. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Since you mentioned that, I think we are in talk with, because we, from the IPv6 Global Forum, we train everyone on IPv6 from whatever. So that's a good point, and which I always believe capacity building is the starting point of everything. Because if people are not made scared, another class we always make them scared. So when you're scared, then you take actions. Okay, good. All right. Anyone else want to contribute on that topic? No. If no, means I have. I think let's questions comes from mainly from me. Now let's the people from the stage down there. If you got a questions, please you can actually direct to the panel. Any question related to this topic that if a little bit run away from the topic, okay, but probably we'll spend about 10-15 minutes on that question from the floor. Yeah, please. Can you get the mic? You just need to press the power button. Not resilient enough. I think you need extra mic? You want from here? Okay. Sorry, just get it from. Let's do some walking. Krishna, thanks.
Namaste. Myself Sanam Adhikari from the UNFPA Nepal, United Nations Population Fund. My questions after hearing from all the panel, so it's quite, I feel it, so I need to ask it. As we see more IPv6 mostly mandate from the major old government, are we heading toward a splinternet divider?
Divide, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Yeah. Toward splinternet, where the security resiliency is defined differently by the region, how can a global enterprise maintain a unified security posture when IPv6 extension, header, handle, or block different by the national firewall?
Anybody can answer.
Internet. He used the word called splitter internet. Splitternet. Okay. So I also. So what are you trying to say when we are moving to IPv6 and IPv4? So we need to handle the posture of the security posture. I think you mean to the security posture to handle this IPv4 and IPv6?
Okay, let me convert into the Nepali language.
Okay.
विश्वका प्रमुख सरकारहरूले IPv6 लाई मोस्टली मात्रामा प्रयोग अनिवार्य नियमहरू ल्याइरहँदा कि हामी एउटा यस्तो स्प्लिटरनेट खण्डीकरण इन्टरनेट तर्फ अगाडि बढिरहेका छौँ जहाँ सुरक्षित लचिलोपन जति बेला हजुरहरूले कुरा गरिराख्नु भएको छ, यु आर टकिङ अबाउट द सेक्युरिटी रेजिलियन्स, जहाँ सुरक्षाको लचिलोपन क्षेत्र अनुसार फरक फरक हुन्छ। जब विभिन्न देशका राष्ट्रिय फायरहरूले IPv6 को एक्सटेन्सन हेडरहरूलाई फरक तरिकाले डिल गरिरहेका छन्, त्यो कुरालाई तपाईहरूले विश्वव्यापी कुरालाई मध्यनजर गर्दै आफ्नो सुरक्षा नीतिलाई एकरूपता ल्याउनको लागि, युनिफाइड सेक्युरिटी पोस्चर बनाइराख्नको लागि तपाईहरूले अब के प्लान गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ?
Roger, any answer? Yeah, could you press?
Thank you for the question. So, but we have been planning for IPv6 regulation to unify the diverse security aspects that has been deployed in terms of IPv6. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to have local internet registry. So that is being proposed to be handled by the Nepal Telecommunications Authority. So we will be looking into the different aspects. So how the IPv6 addresses, allocations, and assignments can be regulated from our side. And we will be coordinating and collaborating with the regional internet registry as well. So basically the APNIC for our context. And we will be deploying the requirements of several routing requirements in the IPv6 and the need of IPv6 friendly firewalls. So with these aspects, so looking into the RFC standards that has been introduced for the IPv6 extension header requirements, so we will be looking into it. So previously the IPv4 addresses were left to the industry itself, so we have proposed it to introduce all these sort of things will be done through our licensees and enterprise networks, but that will be regulated by the local internet registry in upon the recommendation of some sort of steering committees that we have proposed, and the IPv6 proposed IPv6 regulation will be monitored by the some sort of top-level IPv6 monitoring framework. So these are some of the aspects that we have proposed for IPv6 regulations. So this is being published in Nepal Telecommunications Authority website. You can look into it in details. If you have some sort of feedback over it, you can still provide us in written form. We will definitely consider it for the further consultation. Maybe we will be doing brief consultation in near future. We can have a detailed discussion on such aspects so that the regulation can be formulated with proper public consultation with the required discussion with our stakeholders. Thank you.
Some more questions, is it?
Hello?
Yeah.
I received the moderate answers. So because we mostly talking about the end-to-end encryptions, either state level control. So which we are going to priority for the IPv6 security. Is it in, sorry, if I am not pronouncing right, are we talking about end-to-end is encryption or state level inspection?
End-to-end. Okay, so as I mentioned, I think this morning I was actually questioned. So the whole idea of, this is the vision of Windsor when we talked about it as well, internet is supposed to be end-to-end. The current internet is not end-to-end. So there is a middle part where there's a lot of security bridges can take place. Because when you are transiting from one level to another, even like MPLS, even we are talking about, that's why one of the things is we are talking about SRv6. So SRv6 is the way forward, because it takes away all the issues that you have along the line with MPLS. And this is the direction. So moving, that's why I was stressing earlier, going to IPv6 end-to-end, you can actually remove all the issues that IPv4 has brought up. So with SRv6 end-to-end, I mean, I think so that's the same thing. Again, it all depends on the policy from the regulator. Are you mandating? Again, I mean, it's difficult to mandate, but I think it's encourageable. Like within Malaysia, we are now already have technical codes that actually getting them to move to SRv6. So that everything is SRv6 native, then easy for you to maintain the quality of service. And that goes to resilience as well. Because today, resilience of internet, since we are relying on internet as a main source of our economic activity, so anything is down. I think I just heard recently you had the same problem in Nepal. Internet was down, I mean, shut down or something. It happens everywhere. So this issue, you know, now younger generation, they have to live with it. So we have to maintain, and that's the direction. I think he needs a direction how Nepal is planning to do. I think that's his question, right? So I think you already answered. You have already put in a lot of. You need to take it to the next level, because, as I always in the class, I always says, if doesn't mean moving just for everyone in the floor. Moving IPv6 doesn't solve security problems. Okay, security problems will be still there, but we will reduce tremendously. So that is the. I would not say going to IPv6 solve all the security problem. No. So that's the thing. Very good question, a challenging question, and I couldn't understand probably the mic issues. So any other question from the floor? Yeah, please.
Here's one. In fact, there is other dots as well. So my name is Subhash, and my question goes to Dr. Satya. Since the harmonization of IPv6 adoption is one of the challenging questions to the global economies these days, So we have been seeing the regulators of different economies, where the regulators have their own approach based on the population, based on the service provider, based on the research capacity that they have. So from your point of view, how the harmonization of IPv6 adoption can be made from the perspective of the regulator, my first question. And second question is, because as we see from the stats and the facts, also India and the other part of the South Asian countries are moving ahead in the IPv6 adoption. So similarly, when we deduce the fact, I mean to say that obviously there is a first mover advantage to adopt the IPv6, while there are also financial hurdles and capacity challenges. So what is your viewpoint on this aspect from your perspective, Dr. Swati sir?
Yeah, thank you for this question. First is about harmonization. There are forums like our own, these global IPv6 forum does that job. In fact, he brings all the regulators or all the stakeholders of different countries. But more than that, now ITU, the International Telecom Union, also have taken up siege of the matter. They have some, you can say, questions in the working groups on these harmonization purpose. So they bring the best international practices, let us say from the developed nation, they bring to the developing nation, least developed nation. So there is a process. So that harmonization job is now with the IPv6 forum as well as with ITU also. Actually, they are working in hand to hand. So that is where it is getting resolved. Here you don't need much of harmonization. Only thing what is needed is to learn from the best practices. Like if India have done something good, the neighboring country can learn from that. So that is what, otherwise not much harmonization is required. It is not like a radio spectrum, though these are also resources, but these resources don't interfere with each other. If you have been given some block of the addresses as a country or as a company, so then you don't interfere with others. But best thing is to learn from best international practices. That is what our IPv6 forum is also doing at global level, at regional level, even APAC, and then ITU. Because most of the government are the signatory of ITU. It's a UN body. They have also taken now and the siege of the matter on this to bring best practices to build capacities also. So that was your first question. The second question was about India being the pioneer or... Yeah, actually we are not in that sense the early movers. In fact, what India had the advantage was the two things actually regulator and government decided much early, though results started coming much later. Actually, so they did what is called a consultation process, like NTA is supposed to be doing for different things, for internet and for migration, transition to IPv6. Lot of working groups were made, lot of consultation with the industry. The experts were also used from other places, and that is how they came out with what they called a roadmap for transition. Roadmap 1, Roadmap 2, and that is how they have been doing it on an institutional or a collaborative manner. But what is the real, basically, the success of IPv6 adoption in India was the entry of that new operator. Morning also someone talked about that, Jio. So they have 500 million internet users and all are native IPv6 actually. So that is why India is number one there, and more are adding up. But still we also, our adoption is 78, 79%. So it is still not 100% actually. And actually it is not about the money actually, though it is a misgiving that it is more expensive. It is not more expensive. The beauty of IPv6 and India is, like Madam was also talking, we already have a LIR which we call NICSI, who is also on the board of IPv6 Council. So we have our own national internet registry, and India is the only country where the IPv6 address is given free of cost. No country in the world is giving IP address free of cost. So India, the NICSI actually, and that is where I also played a role, that we are giving IPv6 address free of cost. That is another advantage, or another, you can say, strategy to make the migration faster, in fact. And that is why it is doing so. So it can be learned from by other countries also. So if you want, like Nepal also, like they say government has to do something, everyone wants. So if people are telling it is more expensive, make it free of cost. At least your part you make it free of cost. The address you give free of cost. And for that, of course, you need a national, a local internet registry. Otherwise, ethnic will charge. So, but you can take charge there, especially in IPv6. IPv6, you don't have to go to ethnic. You don't have to go to ICANN actually. So you can start doing yourself and start giving the addresses free of cost. So half of the cost of the migration goes away actually. And then the economy of scale will prevail. So that is what I think you can learn from Indian experience. But it is main is the address, and other is the capacity, the expertise actually. But expertise comes actually when you start doing. When you start doing, and then there are a lot of training programs, like Dr. Nava itself conduct and our IPv6 forum, council. So lot of programs are there actually at a very low cost, the certification course. So you should adopt, make use of those courses so that you make expertise in your own country. So according to me, it is the skill requirement, that is the expertise, and addresses, if they can be made free, then nothing can stop, because whatever equipment is being bought for last 10 years, it comes with the capability of what madam are telling, friendly, IPv6 friendly, whatever. Now any IT or networking equipment, its economic life is 7 years only. So the equipment what you would have bought in last 7 years, it will have the capability of migrating to IPv6. Default. So that means no cost is involved. Only thing is you should know how to do it. For that you need skills, and that is where the capacity building comes. So I think that can solve this problem.
Okay, thank you so much. I think due to time, that will be the last question. I think I have 1 minute for everyone to just sum up this panel session. So each speaker, sorry, due to time, everyone we have to close this session. And we have tomorrow more other sessions. We can always discuss further. Okay, probably start from Dr. Just one minute.
Thank you, Dr. Nava. And I've already told what I wanted to tell, but the last question will be again, learn from the best international practices. And as a government, you have to give some concessions. Whatever concessions you can give those concessions as government. That is what is required. Rest, the industry will itself make use of those.
Thank you.
For the operator perspective, we see no direct benefit of the transition. Actually, but for the new operator, it's a good chance. They can start from the IPv6 and all the new equipment that supports IPv6. Operator like Nepal Telecom, definitely we have the legacy system, and main problem happened in the billing system. Basically in the billing system, once the size of the CDR, when we introduce the IPv6, the size of the CDR will increase. In that case, we have to per day process billion of CDRs. That will create some, and might be some legacy system that not support, but in the future that will be the demand of the technology and business. If tomorrow we go in the 5G or IoT business, definitely we have to go IPv6. So there should be a transition plan. I think from the NTA they are already working on that. So once the roadmap will come, accordingly all the provider will go. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Soja, last conclusion.
to conclude, what I want to say is that for adoption of IPv6, just letting the industry itself is not a good progress from a different aspect. So to progress more, so we definitely need to set a roadmap, and we need to either upgrade our legacy networks to IPv6, or we need to upgrade to IPv6 or introduce IPv6 friendly systems, devices into our networks. And for supporting the government and the regulator for the IPv6 regulation or policies, we request the stakeholders to give proper inputs at proper time. When the policymakers or regulators seek for feedback or suggestions, you are quite instructed to give some sort of constructive input so that proper regulation or policy can be shaped, and enough public consultations are also required. So be part of it so that we can shape proper regulation or policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Roja. Mr. Adesh.
Thank you. I'll just conclude with 3 takings from the discussions. Again, we have to start immediately with whatever concession the government can give from outside. We need big push for the capacity development. And we have a very competent regulatory authority operators and the industry. But we need a help from an institute like APAC IPv6 to help us on this part. So your continuation on this journey is also important. Thank you.
Thank you, Adesh.
At least like from the private ISP's side, well, I think we have a good roadmap for the transformation into IPv6 network, but we do need to have capacity buildings exercises in between with the help of APAC, IPv6 councils and the regulator. But having said that, I don't think we will completely forego IPv4 network, because lots of contents are still there and it will be there in the future also. So we need to have a dual stack environment, I think so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank all the panelists for insights, and thank you all for your participation. Okay, then with that we'll end this panel session, and I'll hand it over to Wali. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was an engaging discussion. I would request Prof. Suresh to come on stage to give a token of appreciation to all our panelists and the panel chair. We have come towards the end of day 1 of the 4th council meeting. To conclude, I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Shrestha, Managing Director of Data Hub, Technical Director of Subisu, and also the Board of Director in Subisu. He is also leading the NEPA's data center ecosystem. Sir, could you please come to give the closing note?
सबैलाई नमस्कार मेरो नाम दीपक श्रेष्ठ म डेटा हबको म्यानेजिङ डाइरेक्टर अनि सुबिसुको बोर्ड अफ डाइरेक्टरमा पनि छु आई स्टार्टेड माई करियर इन द इयर 1997 त्यति बेला V6 wasn't even heard of V6 भन्ने नै थिएन इट वाज अ V4 पनि इट वाज क्लास फुल भन्थ्यौँ हामी त्यति बेला it was considered classful. Later on, this thing called classless came up. V6 actually, during my times when I was doing my routing, switching, V6 wasn't even there. Okay? I think it came in the year 2002, if I'm not wrong. By the time I already quit my first job in Mercantile, that was the first ISP in Nepal. I know a bit of V6, but I have not used V6. I have not, you know. So, but I see the network engineers have done a great job in Nepal. We are already a gold medalist. Gold medalist and the first Unuparne, I don't know. There's a platinum medalist also. So I don't know. Maybe our engineers will get there sooner or later. Yeah. So as I said, I'll speak about data centers, the data center space in Nepal. How is it evolving? The data center space actually is just about growing in Nepal. Okay, Data Hub, this is the company I come from. We started about 13-14 years ago. This was the first private sector data center in Nepal, a very small data center. We started with roughly about 27 racks. It took us, I don't know, 8 years, maybe 10 years, but I think about 8 years to fill this 28 racks. Okay. This was the slow speed that actually Nepal moved. But now when you look at 2025, I see there is a great demand coming up. We're still not there, but then the demand is coming up. We have another provider who's actually built a data center that's roughly about 3 megawatt. It can surpass or probably accommodate 3 megawatt. So this is the kind of data space that's coming up. We ourselves are also investing in a data center, another new data center, an AI data center that we call. This is going to be about 5 megawatt. We still don't have the requirement, but then we anticipate AI coming in the picture. Okay, everybody's talking about AI. Nepal, there's a lot of positives about data center. Everybody's talking about data center. Everybody wants to invest in data center. I think we'll have more data centers here than ISP sooner. So that's the optimistic feel that's coming up in Nepal, because the government is also very encouraging it very much. The government is also trying to open up mining. So this is going to grow a lot of data center requirements in Nepal. All right, I think I did speak about it. Okay, but the government is actually investing a lot. We had a $90 million investment coming from World Bank and ADB for enhancing e-government services. So that's going to actually grow a lot of e-government services, and the ecosystem around it is going to grow. This is going to grow the data center space within Nepal. We have a lot of growth actually coming from fintech. Fintech is doing really well in Nepal. Education tech is still yet to boom, but then we see a lot of requirements coming in there. Digital billing, now the government is really hell-bent on doing digital billing, so that is also going to drive a lot of growth on the data center and the cloud requirements. Health data system, EMRs, government is also doing, looking at EMR data, so I think I've missed out many of that the government is trying to do. CDNs, of course, the Metas and the Facebooks and the Googles of the world have actually created a lot of data center requirements in Nepal because the consumption is really big. TikTok, another one. I think, yeah, the government has also actually done, I think they call it the Nepal AI mission. They actually did it 2025. They have got, the plan is ambitious. I don't know whether they're going to get there, but the plan is very ambitious. They want to create 5,000 AI engineers in the next 5 years. It's a humongous task. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I don't know. If they can, it'd be a great thing for the country. We really need good AI engineers. Ourselves, we're trying to get in the AI space. and we just don't get AI engineers. We don't have talent here in Nepal. So we have to look for talent in India or Dubai, which no longer happens, but then again the US and stuff, which is very expensive for operators like us in Nepal. Okay, but we definitely have a lot of market opportunities that I talked about. Okay, I think I also spoke about this. We have the recent, I think this is called the Nepal AI mission, which also talks about building data centers, etc. We also have another data center directive. We have been operating in the data center space for the past 14 years. The government actually just came up with the data center directive last year. So we just have to actually register ourselves as a data center and a cloud service provider operator in the ministry. So this actually is going to drive investor confidence, because at least the directive is here now and the government is paying some attention to it, right? But I hope the government only makes it a directive and does not regulate and strangle us, because we've seen a lot of industries, the telecom industry, the ISP industry got strangled very, very badly. They just cannot move up. I think, we don't have the operators here. Bimlesi is here. I think you can speak more about it. But yeah, the telecom space is struggling. The ISP space is struggling. I hope the data center space and the cloud service market does not get strangled with the over regulations that usually happens by the government. The AI and GPU revolution arrives. Okay, so yeah, we're seeing a lot of requirements coming out on GPUs. We are also investing heavily on GPUs. This is the private sector initiatives. The government actually does not have any plans. They do have they have created a Nepal AI mission, but then there's no investment as such that they're going to pour into. It is up to the operators like us who are doing small investments, because GPU investments is very big, and we don't want to risk ourselves as well. So yeah, I put up training and inference here. Training is out of scope for us because we just don't have the resource to do any training here. I had few startup companies actually come up and ask me for 300 B200 GPUs, 300 units. I said my data center is worth less than that. So that's a scale that people want GPUs, but then the GPU is not available here in Nepal. So what we're doing is we're investing in GPUs for inference. So you do your training elsewhere. We probably can do the inference here in Nepal because we don't have the scale as such to do training in Nepal. Okay, yeah, going to IPv6, yeah, we are going, we started with dual stack in the data center space. Currently we're doing native v6 too, very small. The adoption is very, very low because the ISPs are trained to understand v6, the enterprise world, or the SMEs just don't understand v6. v6 is very cryptic. I don't understand v6 at all. I gave up v6. Right? So I think the young engineers probably can do it, but then the enterprise space or the SMEs that come to my data center or the cloud just don't understand v6 at all. Right? So the adoption is very, very low, very, very, very low. We have just done it because of requirements that we have. When you have large number of IP addresses that we have to give, we use v6. But yeah, most of the customers are okay. They just want v4. They don't want v6 at all because they cannot even use that number to ping. They don't know how to do v6 ping. So that's the level of knowledge of the maturity that most of the people, when I say most of the people, I would say besides the ISP industry, nobody actually knows v6 here in Nepal. Okay, yeah, I think I spoke about it. Yeah, we started doing native v6 that actually eliminated the NAT complexity and the dual stack complexity, etc. What is this? Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, I think with AI and IoT coming in picture, we'll have a lot of IP requirements, which is wherein we use v6. Like for example, we started using v6 for cameras, network cameras. So when you scale, when you have few thousands of cameras requirements, we started doing v6 We're putting V6 in these cameras so that we don't exhaust our V4s and we don't have to do our CZ-NATs or the NAT translation on the V4s. So we're using all of that. So when I say scalable endpoints, I'm looking at only specific requirements of thousands of IP addresses. When this requirement comes up, we're doing V6. Else we're sticking to V4. When I say smarter operation, I'm not really sure because we did talk about security. It does have a lot of security benefits, but we are yet to explore. We're not there as yet. The ISP industry actually has much more experience on V6 than operators or data center operators like us. We also spoke about security at scale in the panel earlier. I think this is still debatable because people do not understand V6 as yet in our space. Okay, yeah. The other thing that the data center space is going through is the dollar dilemma. Most of the cloud requirements are actually going to the hyperscalers, which are not present in Nepal. It's, these hyperscalers are not present in Nepal, and if they require these kind of services of Azure or AWS, they go to India or elsewhere, Singapore, right? But then the dollar problem is actually hitting them, okay? Because dollar is increasing, the price is increasing, and a lot of hassles in Nepal to pay in US dollars. The government is trying to do something, but then that something is very low. So that is putting a lot of pressure on them to actually to host their requirements in Nepal. So this is a positive space for us. Right, using local cloud partners to minimize foreign exchanges, right? Foreign exchange requirements will not come in picture. We've got a couple of cloud operators already operating in Nepal now. I think there are about 4 or 5 already operating, and the services are improving. What else? Yeah, we can do transparent SLAs, cross-border data controls. The Data Sovereignty Act is coming into Nepal, which is going to be helpful for operators like us who are going to put data in Nepal. Okay, I think this is my last slide. Yeah. When I say infrastructure, we're looking at high density DCs now coming up. The DCs that we have currently are 8 to 10 kilowatt of power per rack. Okay, but then the DCs that now we're building are 15 to 40 kilowatt. We are at 40 kilowatt. We're getting there. We're getting there because we see AI is going to come, and then air cooling is going to be sufficient. But then people are talking about 100 kilowatt racks elsewhere, which we haven't seen in Nepal. But I don't know, in the next 3 or 4 years, we would probably have that. What else? GPU clusters. Yeah, we're building small GPU clusters for inference, not for training, of course. And then there's this. I hope this the Nepal AI mission actually kind of opens up regulations. We have better, clear regulations. We have better incentives on finances. Like for example, India. When you say we are power rich here in Nepal, I hear the data centers in India. The power rate is much cheaper than Nepal. Right, much cheaper because the government is really encouraging. They are giving free land, tax returns, power is cheap. We are considered as a regular enterprise. A data center is considered as a normal enterprise, and we pay as an enterprise. The government has said the data center is an industry. Okay, but then the power regulator or the power company actually does not consider us as an industry. So then the power is still expensive, very expensive. That's the reason data center prices are still expensive than in India, surprisingly. Of course, India's got a lot of scale too, but we being surplus in power in the next couple of years, I think the government hopefully will look into this and give some subsidies and power. This is my last slide. Okay. Yeah, what I say is, we're looking at partnerships. We want IPv6 implementation happening in data centers. We want the operators actually come up and enable us to use V6. And I hope we have an inclusive economic growth for all of us here in Nepal. Yeah, I think this is my last slide. Yeah, there you go. I wanted to make it very small and sweet so that, you know, everybody can go out for their drinks as early as possible. Any questions? Yeah. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, kudos to you. You are helping everyone end the day with a dose of realism compared to, you know, we've been discussing all kinds of things since morning. So it's an amazing presentation, and it's interesting you're bringing the real challenges that you see. So I just have like one question, and more in terms of what do you feel about the statement you said. You don't necessarily understand V6, but maybe the future generation will. This is something we have seen in India as well. We have do trainings along with APAC IPv6 Council, and that is one key factor. Personally, I have seen that it helps when your fresh graduates or young engineers, they are trained on IPv6, they are able to grasp things more quickly compared to someone who already has preconditioned notions around IPv4. So that is one. So is there anything that is being done to train young engineers on IPv6? That's number one. Number two, on AI, you said in 5 years, 5,000 engineers. I feel it is too slow. Don't you think so? Given how the technology is changing real quick. And especially in the data centers where, you know, you require some of these things to be done like pretty quickly, including like we have these data centers where you mentioned a few things around giving free land and free electricity and all. Yes, they are there on paper, and we'll have to see how they'll be implemented. There is a 2047 deadline to it in India, but and then we have technologies like NVLink from NVIDIA that are being actively deployed in some of these data centers, which is helping the current scheme of things. So on these two things, training on IPv6 and training for the AI engineers.
Yeah, another reality check here. There's a big disconnect between the academia and the people who give jobs, right? So we get a lot of interns in our data center. Many of them young, fresh engineers. I think they've been taught V6, but then they're very basic. They know a lot about V4, very little about V6, right? Very V6. And the reason that we also don't want to train is because we don't have applications or requirements in V6, right? In Nepal, we've got a gold medalist there because of the ISPs. Kudos to the ISPs. The ISPs have done a great job here because of the requirements that they don't want to do CGNAT, right? So it is a commercial decision, right? So that's what happened. Whereas for us as a data center operator, we just don't have enterprise or SMEs who want data center services, cloud services, and want V6, V4 by default, right? Giving them a choice, V4, right? So the engineers are not trained in V6, right? I think the initiative has to come. Of course, there has to be a time wherein we have to realize that V6 is inevitable, and we have to do it, right? But currently, we're not doing it. To be very honest, the students who come as interns also don't have that as yet, right? V6 is very new in Nepal, very new. Yeah. The other question was, sorry, oh, 5,000. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, you say it's very less, right? In Nepal, the think tanks, the big doctors, the think tanks are saying the government is just made up numbers. Impossible, right? The reason is because we just don't have AI scientists here in Nepal, right? We don't have think tanks here in Nepal. Big Nepalese who have built NASDAQ level companies are in the US, Nepalese. They need to be invited in Nepal to help us create an ecosystem wherein we can build AI engineers. You go find 2 AI engineers here who can build an AI as a service for me in Nepal. I'd be really grateful. You just wouldn't find it here. We just don't have that ecosystem here in Nepal. I think we are just about heading, we're just about going, right? So I think the government has to do a lot. They've said 5,000, but the think tanks have said impossible. No way. I will not even get 200 good engineers here in Nepal if I have to do something on AI. Yeah, you can talk to a lot of software industry people here. They outsource it in India. They outsource it elsewhere. Because you just don't find it here in Nepal. Because we have a brain drain problem too. Good engineers all live in Nepal. They all go out, right? So that's the problem that we have. Yeah, it's a big problem. Everybody knows about it. Yeah. Yes, sir, you had a question. Yes.
Actually, the engineer is not staying here. Actually, luckily for AI, you don't have to be an engineer. Even a 10+2 boy can be trained as an AI engineer. He can be trained as a blockchain engineer, and not only engineer, he can be made what we call a blockpreneur or a solopreneur. And even school children, even India, we are doing, because AI and blockchain are these two technologies. You don't have to be an engineer to master them. Yes. That is the beauty of this. So I think you can use that.
I'm sorry,
and in any case, our IPv6 council is there. They can conduct training. Even they can do a lot of training, certification courses for your 10+2 school left out, or what they call school dropouts also. And they can be trained in these things actually. Because it has become very simple. You don't need coding actually.
Yes.
Because you need an engineer if you need coding. Here no coding is required.
Sorry,
but my question is different, of course. That is regarding your data hub, data center. Morning also we had asked, actually Nepal is really ideally suited, naturally suited to host the data centers actually. But the only problem is the third part, like data center needs real estate, which you have, power supply, which you have, and your requirement for cooling, air conditioning is very less actually. So these 2-3 benefits are there. But main thing which is required in data center, it has to be connected to cloud. For that you need a very resilient bandwidth and very high capacity bandwidth in fact. Normally that can be given only through fiber. We were discussing in morning also. And if hilly terrain you cannot lay the fiber, so you have to use these electrical or power infrastructure through OPGW or ADSS. Yes. In addition to that, there is other technology. I have tried that. It is a Google technology. Earlier it used to be called Google X, Google Loon. Now they call it Tara. The technology have been separated from Google. In India, I'm its biggest user actually. So what it can be do, this is called free space optic communication. So without laying a optical fiber cable, you can have same bandwidth, 20 GB you can have up to 20 kilometer, provided there is line of sight. And we are using it. So maybe for your bandwidth to take it to wherever you have a point of presence, a land area or a border area or wherever the other country have. Up to that you can do it through FSOC also. Because a data center, at least a tier 3 data center, if you want to create small data center, tier 1, tier 2 in small, like let us say below 1 megawatt kind of capacity, those you can still manage with the whatever bandwidth media you have. But if you want to go to tier 3 and tier 4 data centers, a very high resilient bandwidth is required, which is high capacity, low latency also. So that is what you still have to work out, how to get it actually. Government may also have to support it. Some special cables have to be laid to the bordering countries from where you can tap the international connectivity. Yeah. So that is what I wanted to know. Sure. Do you have any plan for that?
Okay. Yeah. Regarding the internet connectivity or fiber connectivity, we've got very good connectivity to India, right? I think we have 4 points of connectivity, points of interconnect with India, right?